Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered on a free-for-all football Friday. Zay, we are now T-minus 22 days to Texas at Ohio State. And tomorrow, the first significant scrimmage of training camp. It's not fall camp because it is still summer. But first significant scrimmage of training camp. Any storylines you are looking for coming out of this scrimmage?
See where the offense can make a noise. We've been hearing a lot that the defense is playing big-time football, which is expect that during this time of the year. You heard Steve Sarkisian say this past week, best teams I've been on, defense was ahead of the offense. So that's nothing to be concerned with there. But, yeah, what lineups are going to be put out there? First, second team, third team? Are they going to do some, rotational stuff? Like, how is that going to look to where this coaching staff gets a good grasp on what matchups make sense? So when that first game of the season comes and the rest of the season, you could go back to these times like, oh, yeah, you remember when we put Mookie Taft at nickel and we had Jelani and Derek Williams playing that safety spot. Like, what does that mean? Let's see if we can bring that back against, maybe Florida, depending on their offense. Just for things like that. Like, that's what I want to, see and what I want to hear, just kind of how they're mixing it up. And guys are just fighting for opportunities. And this is the time that you make a name for yourself. And with this talent, these guys, these coaches, they got their work cut out for them. And I'm sure any coach would love that luxury of just trying to figure out all this talent and how to put it together and make it work to become something successful. So health, guys, come back Monday, report Sunday, Horns 24/7, check it out. I will hopefully want to see nothing about injuries at all. That's what I'm trying to see, because Andre Kojo thing, even though I still think this team's going to be really good without Kojo, no offense to him, they definitely could have used him. And who knows if he would have beaten out Brandon Baker for that first spot. We'll never know at this point, but health. Like, these guys being healthy and being able to just get through this whole training camp without any worries heading into the season. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. I mean, it's at this point, vanilla is probably good. Vanilla news coming out of this, because you know where this team is stacked. And that this defense has got a chance to be special. The offense has got to find its rhythm, and that's hard to do against a defense that knows your tendencies. They're getting to that point in camp where the defensive players can almost predict what's coming. And that makes it hard. That makes it hard for the offense, and that's okay. Steve Sarkisian's fine with that. And typically in this scrimmage, Sark will unleash the defense and just bring the pressure. I don't know if he'll do it in this scrimmage, or maybe he'll do it in certain periods, but there are times in camp where he just wants to see how you react to, and maybe they don't need to bring a bunch of blitzes. Maybe they just need to let Colin Simmons loose, or Ethan Burke. But it's going to be interesting to hear what's going on, coming out of this scrimmage, because I think this offense, it's going to take a minute going to take a little time for it to find its groove, and let's see who can keep the ball, keep it clean. Who's turning up? What's going on at that number 2 quarterback race? Because I hear they're alternating, with the second team.
Come on, man. That ain't true. Ain't no way.
Trey Owens, Matt Caldwell.
Matt Caldwell don't even know the offense yet.
Well, he's a fifth-year senior. You saying he's not bright?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, damn, man. Has he even had a cup of coffee yet? Does he even know where his dorm is? Like,
come on, man.
Does he know where the Moody Center is? Does he even know it's called the Moody Center?
He's hungry.
Out here getting second team reps. What's going on, man? What's going on, Trey Owens? Because the reports that you had about Trey Owens when you saw him weren't the best. Weren't very good.
Yeah, he had a rough stretch.
Rough stretch
In day 2 of fall camp. But
don't like hearing that, but man, it's supposed to be Trey Owens' second spot.
Right.
The whole point of what I've heard of Matthew Caldwell coming in is that Trey Owens, he likes that fire under his ass a little bit. It motivates him having some competition. Might get a little too comfortable. Somebody has to let him know, hey, you ain't safe. So you can see the best of Trey Owens. So hopefully that's the case. And again, Matthew Caldwell wins the job. Hey, AJ Millie, Steve Sarkisian, everybody went into that. Kyle Flood went into that decision. I'm banking that those guys know what the hell that they're doing. They're definitely getting paid like it. So if that job is Matthew Caldwell's, hey, salute him. But we had our most impactful players list last week, not named Arch Manning, and I had Trey Owens and Matthew Caldwell in my top 10 because that position is just so important. So and again, hopefully that position is irrelevant this year. That is the plan. Hopefully we don't have to see Trey Owens or Matthew Caldwell at all, unless if you up by 50 or 40 in the fourth quarter and you're letting your big dogs rest. Besides that, I ain't trying to see them dudes at all. Could care less about those guys. Hopefully they're getting a really good education right now. Focusing on school, doing everything the right way off the field, because on the field, ain't nobody trying to see him. We trying to see 16 and see what he's all about. But CB gives us that list all the time. Texas, last 20-some years, not many times that backup didn't come into the game. Or a lot of times, that backup came into the game.
One time in the last 14 years that they didn't need the backup quarterback to come into a game. 2019.
Yeah. And Bam Bam Sam with a bowling ball. That dude, durable as ever. He loved that contact. He was playing. Who knows what kind of injuries Sam Ehlinger had that he played through. That dude's one of the toughest to ever put on Texas jersey. So, yeah, not too many guys built like Sam Ehlinger. Not saying that Arch is soft out here, but slide, Arch. Get out of bounds, Arch. Hopefully Grandpa's telling them that every night. You know, Archie, he be calling them, sending him those messages.
Send him a little Bible verse in the morning.
Bible verse. After that, Bible verse, whatever he sends, slide.
Hashtag slide.
Hashtag slide. Hashtag get out of bounds. Live to see another down. So,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and I want to see what I'm hearing some good things about Christian Clark. I want to see if he can build on something. See what he's got. Quintravian Wisner. We got to talk to him yesterday. That guy, unbelievable leader, unbelievable juice. and he said he was glad to have his brother, CJ Baxter, back on the field with him. I don't imagine CJ Baxter is going to get much action in this scrimmage, but that should mean opportunity for Christian Clark, Jarek Gibson, the young guys, James Simon, Ricky Stewart. So, let's see what they got.
Yeah, very interesting to see how CJ Baxter is coming along. I know a lot of people in the outside world, national media, like he's preseason Doak Walker Award finalist. Like, I appreciate that. I'm sure he appreciates that. That's cool. Like, any eyes on Texas are good eyes, but it's a little, let's slow down a little bit. Like, that's just, I don't know where he's going to be. Like, I that first year after the ACL injury, that's the tough one. The second year, 2026, that's when CJ Baxter should be on one. And Steve Sarkisian said it multiple times too. He ain't in no rush with CJ. There's no need to be with the guys that you just named, like Jared Gibson. This could be an X factor year for Jared Gibson. He showed so much promise early on, and then he fumbled a little bit, and that was it. Like, going into the SEC play, you can't be fumbling, bruh. And as a freshman, you live and you learn. Hell, Jaden Blue, he wasn't a freshman last year. We know them fumbling problems that he had. So Jared Gibson, with his size, his body, he had a tough go the last time we saw him because that was on that Ohio State 1 yard line. Texas couldn't get in an end zone. He came in with that jumbo package, and Ohio State blew that crap up. So,
well, at least he didn't go backward. It was a no gain.
Right. But he's with those other guys behind him, Simon, Christian Clark, Stewart. Yeah, you better be on one because Contravian Wisner, we know he gonna play. We know he gonna get mad run this year. Like, which he's hilarious, man. Going back and watching this thing, I didn't know McDonald's being top 10 for him is insane. It's insane.
Mean.
Yo, look, there was once upon a time McDonald's was in my top 5 when I was in grade school. As a college student,
getting a Happy Meal.
Yeah, Happy Meal was cool, but your boy was already bigger than the other kids back then, so I was already on them regular value menus. You dig? Yeah, Happy Meal. After 5 years old, Happy Meal couldn't do it for your boy. But yeah, Contravian Wisner is saying that he had to cut out McDonald's, which good for him. Gotta take care of your body. He said, but to have it in your top 10, 2 bacon McDoubles, some nuggets, fries, Powerade, some crazy order. That's a McDonald's breakfast slam.
Is this him talking about it right here?
I was a big McDonald's guy. I ain't gonna care. I love McDonald's. Like, McDonald's top 10. But I had to cut the McDonald's out.
What's your meal?
I go bacon McDouble, 2 of them, 10-piece nugget, large fry, Powerade, every time. I was a big
10-piece nugget.
2 of them.
Yeah, 2 bacon McDoubles. 10-piece nugget, large fry, and a Powerade.
It's a crazy order.
Every time.
That's a wild order, man. Like, my stomach bubbling just thinking about that order. I can't do lunch McDonald's anymore. Breakfast, that's a different ball game.
Okay.
Their breakfast still solid. Their breakfast, you get on the road early or something like that, going on a road trip. Their coffee's
What's your breakfast? What's your McDonald's breakfast?
McDonald's breakfast, I'll switch it up. The normal, though, is probably the sausage McGriddle.
You like the McGriddles?
Yeah. Sausage McGriddle by itself. No egg, no cheese. Like, why would you put cheese on a pancake? Doesn't make any sense to me, but some people like that. Yeah. That's all I need. Order a side of syrup so you can dip it in the syrup. You know what I'm saying? Hash brown. Nothing crazy. Basic.
Yeah.
That's all you need. The hotcakes and sausage, that was cool. You're feeling feisty, go ahead and get that. But the lunch, when it's lunchtime, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Angel Reese meal, no. So this shouldn't be too hard for Contravian Wisener. Like this, him having that urge, which the way he was looking, the way that he was talking, he said this is going to be tough for him. Because, Quinn, he got that Chick-fil-A out. We know that Jordan Whittington cut out ice cream when he was here. So everybody has their cheat meals, their go-tos, but that's what makes Contravian Wisener he's the best, man, because not too many people have McDonald's in their top 10 as adults. So
Man, that's funny. Yeah, Wisner, man, he's a little piece of gold. The personalities, we're looking for personalities on this team. Wisner's up there.
Oh yeah.
Colin Simmons is up there. Yeah, man. I mean, Taff is probably the best quote on the team. But personalities.
No, I got some. You can throw Ant Hill in there too.
Yeah, Ant Hill. He plays it down though a little bit with the media.
Yeah.
Whereas Simmons, he'll say anything. I'm thinking of guys we haven't gotten to talk to some of the guys who I think, like, when am I going to get to talk to Jelani McDonald? They got to be getting close to letting Jelani talk to the media.
Andrew Makuba didn't talk to the media much last year.
He did. He did on Mondays as the season went on.
Okay.
He was in there. I mean, Jaden Blue talked a lot.
He did, yeah.
Jaden Blue, do we have an update on him? Is he okay?
I think he is. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, he got carted off the field, but then he was back in street clothes.
Yeah, I'm not even seeing any news on it or anything.
Yeah.
I think it's just for caution purposes. Now, a weird rumor was going around yesterday about LSU quarterback Garrett Nussmeier. Somebody threw out that he tore his ACL and stuff, which is false. That never happened. But Brian Kelly, he addressed the media today, and he was like, no, you guys are ridiculous. We didn't get his leg amputated. And this is, again, it was Brian Kelly trying to be funny, and it should have been funny, but it wasn't. It still wasn't. Like, it was a good joke. I laughed because it was like the attempt was funny, but just him as a person, to what you always say, Chip, he's so odd. He's just so odd. And then there's a photo going around where he was like at some type of golf event, and the fit that he was rocking at this event is absolutely insane. Like, trying to pull it up here, but it's one of those, like, really? This is what you looked in the closet and said, this is cool? This is what made sense for you, Brian? Like, what are you trying to do for the folks that, and I thought that was a bootleg Darryl Strawberry. I don't know who that dude is on the left. I don't know who the woman is in the middle, but on the right, for the folks listening on the app, you got Brian Kelly wearing all gold, a gold polo, gold shorts, golf gear, and a gold belt. And each gold is a different shade of gold. It's just like, what? And this is he's trolling here because ain't no way he thinks this is fly. Ain't no way. And it's like, I guess this is super LSU going back to what he was trying to do with the weird accent. He's trying to show that he's one of them. He's trying to show that, like, yo, I'm one of y'all. I deserve to be here. We're going to start winning. Believe in me. Like, look how hard I'm trying, which I appreciate. But this is the stuff where we're like, dog, really? Like, you're trying too hard, man. Because ain't no way. Could have just rocked purple LSU polo or something. You didn't have to go gold on gold on gold, man.
Man.
Would you rock this? Would you rock this fit?
No. No. I'm telling you, I'm a little worried about my man Brian Kelly. CB says he looks like an olive.
I mean,
I'm a little worried about my man Brian Kelly. I think he's a little disconnected. I don't know. We'll see.
He's definitely disconnected to fashion because good grief. Like, but I mean, he's trying. You can't say he's not trying. Even though he's disconnected, you can't say the effort's not there. Like, he's trying very difficult. Yeah, Joe K's right. Dude's a Yankee from Massachusetts. Like, he's not that. He's not Baton Rouge at all. So
Jason's calling him Goldie Hawn with that gold.
It's a lot. It's a lot. You know, I'm not as worried as you are. I'm not.
You're not?
No. I'm worried. Like, I don't know. Your scale seems like out of 10. What's your worried scale?
I mean, probably a 7.
Okay, yeah, I'm about like a 3.
Okay.
If he didn't rock this fit, I would be at a 2. I think he's past the whole fake accent thing. I thought SEC Media Day was odd, but he's just like he's like the corny dad. Just like the corny ass dad that, you know, tries to be funny but isn't, tries to relate but can't. Like, that's who Brian Kelly is. But he knows ball. So yeah. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, but I had to show you that outfit because it was wild.
Well, the story coming out of Ohio State is that the competition for quarterback at Ohio State between Julian Sayin and Lincoln Kienholz is too close to call. So through the first quarter of Ohio State's training camp, Ryan Day's saying the competition continues. They both have had good moments. And those moments are growing. I've been pleased with the progress. It's going to go right down to the wire. Now, we've seen coaches play games when it comes to questions about the quarterback competition. Lincoln Riley, notorious. 2018, he said that Kyler Murray was going to have to fight his tail off to hold off the backup who ended up going to West Virginia. Then the next year, he was saying Jalen Hurts is going to have to fight. And everyone was rolling their eyes. But those guys had played at other schools. These guys haven't played. So if I'm an Ohio State fan and my coach is saying that the quarterback competition is going to go down to the wire, is that cause for concern?
Yeah. I mean,
because that means someone's not getting all the first team reps right now. And this is when you want to be getting the majority of the reps. And that's the biggest difference between being the first team quarterback and the second team quarterback is the reps. You're going to get 2/3 of the reps as the starter in practice, and the backups are going to get 1/3, if not a quarter. I think this is interesting. Like, I think this is good for Texas. Now, he could be playing games, but I don't know that he is, because I'm reading, go get an annual membership, 50% off, Horns 24/7, so that you can go read up on the Ohio State practice reports on the Ohio State 24/7 site. And it sounds like it's up in the air. I think this is good news for Texas.
Oh, it's great news for Texas. Are you kidding me? Throw out both. Go platoon. Like, if you're Ryan Day, you have a lot less to lose than Texas does. Because you lose this game, you're supposed to lose. All those guys that you lost on that national championship team, brand new quarterback. Texas has Arch Manning. Texas is coming in number 1 in the coaches poll. Everybody's picking Texas to win a national championship game. The pressure is on Texas, not Ohio State. You can still drink some of that champagne that you got winning the national championship last January. Like, you good if you lose this game, because you can still do well in the Big Ten and get in the college football playoff and make some noise there and find your stride. So I could see both guys playing against Texas now that we're hearing this. And you assumed that it was Julian Sain just because of his background and how good he was in high school, and the fact that went to Alabama, Nick Saban recruit, and obviously it didn't work out there. Saban leaves, he goes to Ohio State. We know where he's at now. But Kienholz, he ain't no scrub. Y'all 24/7 Sports had him, class of 2023, nationally ranked 138th, 11th best quarterback in that class. So there's a reason why he's at Ohio State. They're not going to pick up some scrub from homeless dude in Cleveland and put him on the roster. They're going to find good players. It's Ohio State, just like Texas. So the fact that Kienholz is in a battle and it seems legit, maybe Ryan Day could be playing a little chess match. Why not? Like, it wouldn't hurt if I were him. I would.
Right. Keep them both engaged. Yeah. Keep them both hungry.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say it leading up to it. Y'all have no idea.
Yeah.
No idea. Y'all will see who goes out there on the first team, who takes those snaps. And I'm going to have the second person, the second string dude with the helmet on close to coach all game.
Hey.
That's to be dramatic. Like,
you'll find out who the starter is on August 30th.
Yeah, why not?
Well, here's the deal. Sain and Kienholz have a combined, 34 pass attempts and 90 college snaps combined.
Yeah, that's not many. It's not. And they were probably heading the ball off that whole time. They probably weren't throwing.
Right.
Because the reason why they were playing in the first place, because their teams were probably up by 40. So, yeah, you just handing the ball off. You ain't running no real playbook. You ain't running no real plays. So their experience, not much.
And you're trying to replace Will Howard, who was a fifth-year senior, who'd won a Big 12 championship at Kansas State before throwing for 4,010 yards and 35 touchdowns and leading the Buckeyes to the national title last year. You didn't take a transfer quarterback because you thought that Sain and Kienholz were studs. So that was a conscious decision.
Yeah. Not
to go bring in a transfer guy, but to develop Sain or Kienholz. I think it's a lot.
And think about how Ohio State season went last year. Yes, they were good during the regular season, but you look at that loss to Michigan and just how stagnant they looked offensively in that game. Will Howard, he was all right during the regular season. When Chip Kelly and Ryan Day and the offense said, you know what, this zone run stuff, let's change it up. Let's do more of a gap scheme type system and see how that works. Just straight up said that. College football playoffs, Tennessee coming into town. Let's just switch it up. We're that good. Let's just see what happens. And then they go on a monumental run like that. Blasting Oregon, blasting Tennessee, beating Texas, beating Notre Dame, onto a national championship. Like, they figured it out late. It wasn't cute and rosy throughout the regular season. That Michigan game was rough. They went back to the drawing board and changed some things, which I'll always give credit to Ryan Day and them, because that's a look in the mirror moment. Like, you got to be, because that's what you've been working on. That's what you've been practicing, what you did all year. To change that up during that time of the season when everyone's calling for your job, you're Ryan Day, and then it becomes successful, like, that's big time. So to your point, Chip, like, Will Howard, he was good, but he was good late. He wasn't great throughout the whole season. These guys coming in, they don't know who their dude is. Oh, Texas should have a field day.
Right.
Hey, it's Oprah Winfrey here. You get a pick. You get a fumble. You get a sack. You get a tackle for loss. Like, it should be on. That's how it should be. Because those dudes, even with Jeremiah Smith, Carnell Tate, all those big-time guys, like, it shouldn't matter. Your quarterback's got to be able to do something. And if he can't because he ain't ready yet, hey, nobody feels sorry for him. They'll beat that at home.
Sayin is seen as the arm strength passer, better passer. Keinholz is the better athlete. Could probably move around, which might not be bad.
I throw him out there.
Might not be bad against that Texas defense. You put a guy back there who's not going to move much. That could be rough for the Bucks. So here the dog says, Joe K says, are we 9-3 or 10-2 depending on the Ohio State game? I think we lose at the Swamp. It's a flex game, but it'll be a night game, and we have to go to Athens in November. Well, DJ Lagway finally practiced. So that's the word coming out of the Swamp, is that DJ Lagway is finally practicing there in camp. So we'll see how that goes. But that's a late start.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that you got to look at with him. The dude's been injured his whole college career, and it hasn't been that much. So, and he's big, man. That's the thing that's odd. He's a huge guy. Like, you would think he'd be more durable, but doesn't matter how big you are. Some guys, they're just more prone to injuries, and hopefully he's not that, because I want to see him do well, even though he's a Texas opponent. He's a Texas kid. We know that game is circled on his calendar, but yeah, for him to have all these injuries early is concerning.
Yeah. This time it was a calf injury. So he's had shoulder, calf. We'll see. Sounds like they need a new strength coach.
You always go to the strength coach. Can guys just be injury prone sometimes?
No.
Like, the strength coach didn't have them for the first 18 years of their life. You have no idea what these guys are doing or coming in with. Like, guys can come in shaky. You know what I'm saying? Jordan Whittington was so freaking battered when he stepped on the Texas.
Right. And you know what?
Watch that Cuero tape. He did everything.
He finally started listening to Torrey Becton about recovery. And now Jordan Whittington's looking like he's going to be a difference maker for the LA Rams. He's fighting for that number 3 receiver spot. Last year, he was fighting for spot number 6.
Yeah,
now he's moving up into that rotation, which would be awesome. You know?
Yeah.
But
I'm just be calling for these strength coaches' jobs, man. You cold. Yeah,
no, I think Texas fans should appreciate what Torrey Becton does because his players don't miss time with calf strains. I mean,
knock
I
on
get
wood.
it. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Knock on wood.
Knock on wood. Trying to get the baseball coach can for Jonah Williams. You need to go give it Torrey Becton.
Someone's got to get those hamstrings right.
He ain't with Torrey Becton yet. But Jonah Williams gets with Torrey Becton.
You got to tune him up. Hamstrings. Yeah. So, what's your prediction right now for the season, Zay?
I got Texas 10-2. I got Texas
10-2.
Yeah.
I think they're going to win at Ohio State. So I'm not sure. Then that means they're going to lose either Florida, OU, or Georgia, or maybe 2 of the 3. I could see Texas going 11-1, but 10-2 sounds about right. 10-2, you're in the playoff. 10-2, you still could be in the SEC championship game, although you're putting that a little bit in jeopardy if you have 2 conference losses. So I'm not saying if anyone could get through the conference with 1 conference loss, probably should be Texas just because of their talent level. But we got to see how good Alabama is. We got to see how good Florida is. See how good LSU is. And, of course, Georgia. Those guys are the preseason big dogs in the SEC. And it's going to be fun, man. But I think 10-2. I think 10-2. Texas fans don't want to hear that they could lose to either Florida or OU, but that I'm telling you, Oklahoma's defense is going to be pretty good. But their corners are always questionable. So you gotta protect Arch and let him get that ball to his receivers because the middle of the OU defense is going to be pretty good. Defensive line, linebackers, they still have that Robert Spears Jennings at safety, so they should be good up the middle of their defense. Kip Lewis at linebacker. That game, I know it could be night game in the swamp. Those are tough games.
Hell yeah.
Tough games, man. This SEC ain't for sissies. You got to go show people what you're about.
Yeah, A&M I think is scary too. I don't think that's going to be one of the losses, but it's a terrifying game because, again, this is a short week. This ain't, what you come off of, who they play. That Arkansas that Saturday before the Friday game?
Plays Arkansas and then plays A&M on Friday.
So that Arkansas game, there's still going to be emotion there, even though Texas doesn't necessarily look at them as a rivalry game. It still is, enough for Arkansas fans to really get into it. And they're probably at that point going to be playing spoiler. So you can't look too far ahead for a short week game against the Aggies who are coming into town. And that type of primetime game, like that's the game of the day. Friday night, not even close. Like I love that game being on Fridays. It should always be on Fridays, every time. Like get ready, let's go. And if you win that, hopefully that just gives you an extra day to prepare for the SEC championship game. Yep. Hopefully, that's the plan.
That's the hope.
That's the hope. So yeah. Marcel Reed, I know getting a lot of hate right now, but if Marcel Reed figures out anything with his arm, look the hell out. Now he's a Slim Jim. He's a type of dude. We talked about DJ Lagway and the injuries. Marcel Reed can't get hit very often because
he didn't miss any time last year.
Yeah, good for him. But I saw him against Texas. He was getting up slow. You get some shots on him. He's a tough one. I'll give him that. Brother's tough. But if you get some licks on him, his mind's going to be racing. Now, if he gets over that, the mental toughness gets a little better there. But, hey, again, look out. Marcel Reed could be something dangerous. But, yeah. You got to figure out that arm, man.
Yeah, Marcel Reed did a nice job at Florida last year. 11 of 17, 2 touchdowns, no picks, ran for 83 yards.
No, that was his coming out party. Like, I remember he juked the dude out of his draws in that game. That might have been one of the nastiest jukes by a quarterback all of last season. Like, that was vicious. So that was the game where everybody was like, okay, we might have a different quarterback here in College Station. Which I haven't heard anything on my man that transferred from A&M to Houston. What's his name? I always get his name.
Oh, Connor Wegman?
Connor Wegman. I haven't heard nothing about them.
Well, have you been like looking for information on Connor Wegman?
No, but usually information gets shouted out to you based on how good someone's doing or how bad someone's doing. But I know it's U of H, like nobody's expecting them to do anything, but once upon a time, everybody was high on Connor Wegman. Oh, this is a future first-round pick, maybe a number 1 pick. This guy throws all the angles, such a lively arm.
I'm looking at the here we go. Connor, I'm looking at Cougs 24/7. Notes from the 5th practice of training camp. Connor Wegman picked back up where he left off in spring ball and looked great throughout the day, throwing a few tight window touchdowns during the 7-on-7 period and during 2-minute drills. Backup quarterbacks Zion Chris and Austin Carlisle also had good practices. All right. That sounds pretty sweeping, pretty glowing. Sure, there were some dropped passes in there or incomplete passes.
I know the way Houston going to win the Big 12. Connor Wegman, Big 12 Player of the Year. The way that sounded, cool. I love it.
Oh man. Yeah.
Bring back Houston football, man. Case Keenum, what up? Tom Herman, what up? I bet you Tom Herman would do anything if he could go back to those Houston days. If he knew what he would do now or now, he would have stayed in H-Town.
His ego never would have let that happen. His
Tom
ego.
Herman, ego.
Oh.
He didn't have no ego.
You know who deserves the credit for Baylor doing well? Their offensive coordinator, Jake Spavital, the former head coach at Texas State.
Spav.
Now, Spav, he's legit everywhere as an offensive coordinator. He was the OC at West Virginia with Dana Holgerson when they came down here and beat Texas. Spav's the one who's gotten that offense going for Dave Aranda. So let's put the credit where the credit is due. Jake Spavital, everywhere he goes, the offense improves. I think his problem at Texas State was he hired his brother to be the defensive coordinator. An offensive-minded head coach is always going to be made or broken by his defensive coordinator hire. Cliff Kingsbury hired his buddies to be.
Buddies is different than brother. Come on, you got to put your brother on. What would mama say? You know what I'm saying? That's what you're supposed to do.
Well,
brother, that's the homie.
Now they both don't have jobs. So maybe we could have given the brother a different job.
It's like Texas State.
Linebackers coach.
I'm sorry, mom and dad, but it's Texas State. Let's keep it real now. I get it. Pac-12, dope. Swell Park, Bikini Hill, dope. I love me some San Marcos. Beautiful place. If it wasn't for Texas State and San Marcos, your boy wouldn't be here because my parents wouldn't have met. So Texas State, very dear to my heart. But I feel like it's a little difficult to win there. It's hard to get all these big-time guys, as beautiful as San Marcos is, up to Texas State. So you trying to put it on the brother, Jake Spavital, out here being a good sibling, putting his brother on, and you blaming him. I feel like there were more things that went into their demise there. Not just hiring his family, who probably knows ball, but it ain't about the X's and the O's, about the Jimmys and the Joes. And I don't think Texas State has ever had a Jimmy or a Joe.
Dang.
I mean, except for Sylvester Collier.
Woo!
Who's in the Hall of Fame. But I'm talking about football. Best Texas State football player ever.
How about this?
You know that guy? Because I don't.
According to Athlon, Texas State is picked to win its West Division of the Sun Belt.
All right.
They're not in the Pac-12 yet. And they have one returning starter on defense and two returning starters on offense. So, but they've got speed. G.J. Kinney's built that offense for speed. And defensively, they lost some dudes to the transfer portal. Shocker. Any good players at Texas State, Mason Shipley, the kicker, are going to get picked off by bigger programs with more NIL money. Jeff Traylor is exhausted by that. But, yeah, G.J. Kinney. There's a benefit of the doubt already for G.J. being picked to win his division. He got one starter back on defense. He must be recruiting like a storm.
Nah, man, you could go to these small towns in Texas and find these kids who are getting overlooked and pick them up, develop them. And like you said, they do leave, but got to make the most out of it for that 1 year he had. And then go get those junior college, those guys that might have a record, might have been given a second or third, maybe fourth opportunity.
Hey, you need some of those guys on defense.
Need some of those guys on defense. Yeah. Who cares if he almost stabbed his dad?
Hey,
linebacker.
Hey, ain't nobody stabbing their dad and playing football.
You don't know that.
You stab your dad, you're still in prison.
Self-defense, man. Could have been self-defense. You don't know.
You
need a kid. If I'm at a Texas State, if I'm at a UTSA, if I'm at a Sam Houston, I'm finding guys that have seen some stuff. That might play football for 2 years because they were always ineligible. fighting, juvie.
You are out of control.
And I'm saying, you know what, son? I can help you. Help me help you.
Look at this.
Game for him.
You're just drifting off into hypothetical land.
I want to help the coaches out there.
So Texas State's leading rusher, Ismail Mahdi, transferred to Arizona.
Damn.
Their right tackle transferred to Oregon, Alex Harkey. Their kicker transferred to Texas. Now they were able to bring in a couple of transfers. Keldrick Luster from SMU on the offensive line, Nate Yarnell from Pitt on the offensive line, and Holden Garner. Okay. So, but on defense, they lost their defensive end to Virginia Tech, their starting corner to Michigan State, defensive tackles Tavian Coleman to Colorado, and Terry Webb to SMU. I mean, GJ's and his offensive coordinator got hired by Texas Tech.
That's the game.
And GJ still picked Biathlon to win his division in the Sun Belt this year. You go, GJ, former Longhorn quarterback. Never saw a snap because he transferred to Tulsa and Gus Malzahn after spring ball. But he's coaching, man. He's coaching them up.
Oh, good for him.
Bobcats went 8-5 last year, won their bowl game. Come on, man. Beat Major Applewhite's South Alabama in South Alabama to end the regular season. Just saying. GJ Kinney, 16-10 after 2 years.
Solid.
Man's averaging 8-5.
No, that's
and
tough.
yet, I can't get any excitement out of a guy whose dad is like in the Hall of Fame at Texas State. Zay's just like, whatever, dude.
I'm not. I want Texas State to do well. I want them to do well. I do.
Yeah. Think of all those coaches who lost their minds there, including Jake Spavital. So, you know, Everett Withers, my God, that guy seemed angry every day. Who's before him? I mean, it's just been one after the other. Well, they had Dennis Francione at Texas State, and he didn't get it done. Like, for a while, it looked like Texas State was the Bermuda Triangle. Then GJ Kinney showed up, and it's like, hey, man, roll out 8 wins. Almost beat Arizona State. You watched that game.
Oh, yeah.
31-28.
Cam Scataboo was going crazy. That was my first introduction to Cam Scataboo. I was like, yo, this white boy's for real.
Yeah, he seems angry at the world.
Yeah.
Cam Scataboo.
Cam Scataboo. The other guy you hear about looking good at Giants training camp.
Okay, like in my rookie dynasty draft, we're like late because we're trying to replace someone in the league. Do you take Cam Scataboo or Jaden Blue?
Jaden Blue.
Really? Why?
Because he's going to get more opportunities, in my opinion. Successful opportunities. Yeah.
They're like the exact opposite of each other. Scataboo's going to be your between the tackles guy, but sturdy. Jaden Blue's going to be your outside the tackles guy. Small hands. But can catch and can run and is great in space. Jaden Blue had 42 catches last year, 6 touchdown catches.
Oh, yeah.
He had more touchdowns receiving than he did rushing. Had the only 2 touchdowns in the Ohio State game.
Sal said Giants got me optimistic. Of what? The number 1 pick in 2026?
Yeah, I'm not sold on Jackson Dart.
He ain't the starter. Or Russell Wilson.
Yeah, Russ. Maybe Russ has got one last. Maybe there's a little juice left in that orange to squeeze.
That's Russell Wilson on his ping pong ball stuff. That dude bouncing around. He's bouncing around, man, which is weird because he looked like a guy that would retire in Seattle. Like, no, we don't see that really anymore. Ben Roethlisberger, you saw that. Besides that, you don't really see guys stand in the same place that drafted them. But Russell Wilson seemed like one of those guys. And then all those reports started to come out of him being a weird teammate and guys not having his phone number. Marshawn Lynch, him being disconnected to him, which I don't blame Russ that much there. Marshawn Lynch is funny, but I don't know if I'm hanging out with Marshawn Lynch.
I told you the problem. Early in his time in Seattle, he like overcame a lot because remember,
bring up Golden Tate.
Golden Tate might have been getting in his wife's britches, and then it was like, well, man, we got to get rid of Golden Tate. Then they got rid of Golden Tate. Percy Harvin went off. Was like, why are we getting rid of Golden Tate just because he slept with Russ's wife?
That's because
Golden Tate, he moves the chains.
So then the locker room,
Percy Harvin got cut
because he was a problem injury wise. Like
it was almost like the coaches in Seattle are like, anyone else want to say something about Russ and his wife?
Maybe the Golden Tate thing, maybe that's valid, but Golden Tate serviceable. Like he's not one of those guys that you have to have on your squad. Like
I'm just telling you, the locker room didn't like it, and Russ had to overcome it, and he did. And I thought that was like, wow, okay, Russell Wilson. But then, like, the further he got in his career, he got with Sierra, right?
Yeah.
And then he's cutting videos in bed with her saying, Mr. Magnificent. What was his nickname for himself?
Oh, God. What was
I can never remember it because it just makes no sense. All right, we gotta ask John McClain what he thinks about that whole thing.
Bring up Golden Tate with John because I gotta.
Yeah, let's bring.
I don't know about that. You always say that. I don't know about that.
I know. I'm gonna ask John McClain. He's the man. John McClain, the voice of reason in Houston, Texas. Covered the NFL for 40 years. He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for his coverage of the NFL, and in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame for all of his coverage. The one and only John McClain. John, how are you doing?
I'm great, guys. What do you want to ask me?
Okay, so the word was that Golden Tate slept with Russell Wilson's wife in Seattle. So they let go of Golden Tate. Then Percy Harvin got mad because they let go of Golden Tate just because he may have slept with Russell's wife. Then they got rid of Percy Harvin. Is that how you remember that?
No, I don't remember that. Percy Harvin was one of the biggest head cases in the NFL and college football. He was a pain in the butt. So that's probably why they got rid of him. As far as Golden Tate and Sierra, if that's true.
Well, it wasn't Sierra. It was the first one.
Oh, the first wife. I started to say, no, good.
The one from Wisconsin.
Well, I don't have any clue about that and wouldn't venture to say anything about it. But if it caused him, was Russell supposed to be married to her at the time?
Yeah, he was.
It worked out pretty well for him, didn't it?
Yeah.
Because he's got one of the most beautiful wives in America.
Yeah. Well, then he got weird. Like he gets Sierra.
And then it got weird.
Right? Remember the video he cut from bed?
Mr. Unlimited.
Mr. Unlimited.
The only one I remember from bed was Ray and Kim Kardashian. Ray J, whatever his name was.
Ray J, yes.
Ray J.
My man.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that one.
we still don't know if that was a setup, like that they acted like it got leaked when they may have leaked it themselves.
People think that they leaked it. She probably leaked it. And truthfully, that's the first time I'd ever heard anything about her.
Yeah.
I had to look and see what the big deal was. And then I had to look again and again.
Again.
Yeah.
All right. John, I got to ask you this too, because I just said in my rookie dynasty, fantasy football league, would you pick Cam Scataboo or Jaden Blue?
Boy, now Scataboo, of course, gets a lot of publicity. Fans love him. Media loves him. Yes, he did a great job in college, and because of his name and all that. And was Blue healthy when he was there?
Yeah. In fact, I shortchanged him. He had 8 rushing touchdowns last year and 6 touchdowns receiving, 42 catches.
And he's with the Cowboys, right?
Yes.
I would take Blue because the Giants have a good running back in Tracy, came out of nowhere last year. Cowboys, if you're a rookie and you want to beat out a vet, I would say Rico Dowdle is the vet you want to beat out in a team that desperately needs a running game. So I would go with Blue.
Okay.
John,
Blue over Scataboo.
Gotcha. John, what's the word on CJ Gardner Johnson? Heard that Texans got a scare with him yesterday, but it seems to be the news better than expected.
Well, it hadn't gotten out what it is just because it wasn't an ACL. I mean, he could have a broken leg. I mean, he was carted off the field in agony. The players all went down to one knee. It was totally quiet in West Virginia. And when he got to the facility, they had to help him off of the cart and help him into the facility where he disappeared. And there was one report, torn ACL, surgery coming, out for the year. Then, oops, there were reports by Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport. Not the ACL. ACL's intact. That obviously came from the agents. And they're doing more tests to see the extent of his injury and exactly what they are. Well, the teams know what they are. I love it after a game when a coach will say, well, we'll find out tomorrow. And I'm thinking the trainers just walked up and told you exactly what it is or what they think it is. The coaches are so paranoid about injuries. And D'Amico Ryan's as bad as I've ever seen. Guy's got to lose a leg before he'll acknowledge that he's injured. And so it's a loss. I mean, he still may be out for the season. We don't know. He was a starter. One of the things that Gardner Johnson had done, it's one of the reasons the Eagles got rid of him. They've gotten rid of him twice because he's a loose cannon, a live wire. He'll say anything. He'll stir it up at practice with offensive players with trash talk. Well, that's probably good for the Texans right now. They need that swagger, and they've been beating up on the offense during training camp. And a lot of people were pointing out, well, maybe the offense needs to go against the second-team defense for a change. Boy, can you imagine what an insult that would be? But the defense is ahead of the offense, and he was a reason. Their starting safety the last 2 years at that position, Jimmy Ward, he's out. He's injured, got a foot injury, physically unable to perform. Now he's been arrested twice in the last 3 months, the first one on a domestic violence issue that could cause him to get suspended. So I think they'll be looking for a safety, a veteran who's on the waiver wire or has yet to sign.
Wow. Well, let's just stay on that subject. What else is going on with the Texans?
Everybody is freaking out over the offensive line. I'm talking about media, fans. Team probably is too. They just won't admit it. They're painting a picture. It's improving, and maybe it is, but it's been terrible. And nobody has any idea right now if their offensive line is going to be better than last year, the same as last year, terrible, or worse than last year. They keep moving players around. Their best one, probably, certainly the most potential, is their second-round pick, Ariante Ursery from Minnesota. He came in, and when they had an injury at right tackle, he moved up over second-round pick Blake Fisher last year. Then when left tackle Cam Robinson went down earlier this week, they moved him to left tackle, and which was his college position. But it's clear he's going to be starting. Each of the last 2 years, they've had a second-round pick. 2 years ago, guard Juice Scruggs supposed to play center. Nah. And last year, Blake Fisher, the right tackle from Notre Dame, had to start 6 games because of an injury. Neither one of those guys is starting right now. And when you have second-round picks, you think by the second year, these guys are supposed to be good enough to start. And I think about what Nick Caserio did with blowing the Kenyon Green pick, in which they took him in the first round after A&M. He was a terrible bust. Now, Scruggs and Fisher, they got time to prove they're not busts. Scruggs actually played well last year when he replaced right guard Shaq Mason. Then when Mason was healthy, they put him back in, and he was awful, and they should have left Scruggs in. But we're going to see them changing out a lot of guys. It may be early in the season before they settle on 5. When they play Minnesota on Saturday afternoon, I'm really eager to see Ursery. But also there are 2 rookie receivers. Second-round pick, Jaden Higgins, he's listed as a starter opposite Nico Collins. And then third-round pick, Jalen Noel, who's going to get a lot of action in the slot, and he can play outside. You want to see any new guys, any young guys, they got a lot of talent on this team. They got Jalen Smith and Jalen Reed. This team has 4 Jalens, counting Jalen Petrie. He's the only one that I know. I get them all mixed up, but people are eager to see him, but especially in the offensive line, because I've never known one area at a team, at any team, that there was so much emphasis on. There's a lot of bad offensive lines on bad teams, but you don't see a lot of bad offensive lines on good teams, and the Texans should be a good team. And what they're having done every day, and Stroud's throwing too many interceptions. Now, he looked better in a scrimmage yesterday. The line looked better in a scrimmage yesterday, and people are like, well, how can you be just because they look better in one scrimmage?
Well, Jarrett Patterson he's a third-year guy at center. What do they think of him?
He's a 6th-round pick, and he played better than Juice Scruggs. Scruggs got hurt. Patterson got a chance. He took advantage of it. He's played a little guard. Scruggs, I think, now is considered a guard. They have another center, Jake Andrews, who came from New England. He's been first team almost throughout the offseason, and now they've been rotating him and Jarrett Patterson. So these guys, they're in and out all the time at different positions, and I don't think that's good, but I'm not the coaches, and the coaches know what they're doing.
Yeah. John, your thoughts on the Brown situation? Shedeur Sanders getting the start in the first preseason game. You've been hearing reports about Dylan Gabriel struggling, Kenny Pickett, not being available due to injury, and obviously they got Joe Flacco. How do you think it's going to pan out for Cleveland, and who you think is going to start week 1?
Well, Dylan Gabriel is hurt. That's why we haven't heard much from him. He's the 3rd quarterback. He's gotten more reps. Sanders been 4th. Flacco's healthy. Pickett's been in and out. A lot of people think whoever loses a starting job, they expect that to be Pickett. Maybe they'll try to get a low draft choice, trade him to a team that needs a veteran, like, say, Tennessee. They lost Will Levis for the season. They have Cam Ward, the first pick, as their starter. Back of him is Allen. I forgot. Byron Allen. I can't remember his first name. He's the backup. He's had a little starting experience. But to me, a guy like Kenny Pickett for a 6 or 7 would fit in there. This is the first time I've given a damn about the Browns starting quarterback in preseason since 2013 when Johnny Football. There was such a commotion about him. People think there's been a lot about Shedeur Sanders. It's nothing compared to Johnny Football. He was going to be the starter. I went up there for a practice, a scrimmage, and then their first preseason game to watch him, and the buzz around that kid was unbelievable. As you can imagine, Heisman Trophy winner, Johnny Football, And he never amounted to anything, of course. And I'm guessing Shedeur Sanders will have a better career. But I'm really fired up to watch him and see what he's able to do playing with the starters. And they say, I think, well, they're going to try to get him about 40 plays. If he looks good, say he goes out there and completes 10 to 12 for 110 yards and a touchdown or two, or he runs for a touchdown, boy, everybody's going to have him ticketed to be the starter. It almost would be better if he was mediocre to bad. Then they could just say, okay, he's still fourth team. But they got a big-time quarterback controversy there. Just because Joe Flacco starts doesn't mean he's going to finish. He was benched last year in Indy, the year before, when he got off his sofa and was so good, helped him get to the playoffs. Texans killed him in the playoffs, and he hadn't been good since.
John, the Browns running back situation has gotten strange because Quinshon Judkins, the rookie from Ole Miss, has a sexual assault related domestic issue. That's kind of the last thing they need because they don't have Nick Chubb anymore. They got Jerome Ford.
Well, Ford's been there the last couple of years, and he's had a few good games, but if they liked him, they wouldn't have taken Judkins in the second round. I noticed today that his attorney waived the right to a speedy trial.
Yeah.
Well, the reason you do that, if you get a speedy trial and you're guilty, the NFL's coming now. If you let it play out maybe till next off season, and I'm assuming it's never going to trial, it'll be settled. And then he might miss time next season. They need him now. And I'm not sure what his status is, but that's the last thing they needed. But they've got so much controversy at quarterback. It's not that it's overlooked, but it's been put on the back burner because of Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, the guy I like that they took in a later round is Dylan Sampson from Tennessee. That guy was good at Tennessee.
He had a lot of long touchdowns at Tennessee. I'm surprised he lasted to when he did. I think that's smart. You take two, hope you get one.
Yeah. Sampson's a sleeper.
Preseason's made for a guy like Dylan Sampson.
You know, John, I guess it's just so easy to say the Chiefs are going to be back in the Super Bowl because that seems like how it goes every year. But we all know the team that loses in the Super Bowl most of the time is very hard to get back. What are you expecting from Kansas City this year? They still got Andy Reid. They still got Patrick Mahomes. Travis Kelce, I think, isn't the same what he used to be, but they still have him. How are you expecting the Chiefs to be?
I think they'll win the division. They won't go to the Super Bowl. The only Super Bowl team since the Bills to repeat was the Patriots 1 year, and that was with Tom Brady. So the odds are two things. The odds are, and of course they can always change. Number one, Kansas City's not going to the Super Bowl. Number two, Philadelphia's not going to win the NFC East. It's been 21 years since they've had a repeat champion. Doesn't mean they can't earn an wild card berth. They could do like Minnesota last year, win 14 games and finish in second place. Although I don't see Washington winning 15 like Detroit did last season. But I just don't think the Chiefs are going back just because tradition says the Super Bowl loser has the biggest hangover of all, and for whatever reason doesn't go back. Look at the 49ers last year. They didn't even make the playoffs.
Yeah, you look at the Chiefs, they get Hollywood Brown back with Xavier Worthy. They get, Rashee Rice was back. They're still, they could be better on offense with Hollywood Brown and Worthy and Rashee Rice all cooking for Patrick Mahomes. Right, John?
Brown gets hurt a lot. Rice is going to get suspended. Worthy should make that big step, but I'm still not picking them to go to the Super Bowl.
Who's the team?
Lions.
Love that. I'm holding on to that. Who's the team you think could surprise in the AFC?
Would we count Cincinnati as a surprise? The Bengals missed the playoffs. by one game. They began last season losing to the Patriots, and then they missed the playoffs by one game. They get off to slow starts. I don't think if they get in, that's a surprise. Every year there's at least 6 new teams in the playoffs. And if you look around every division, I could see the Cowboys getting back in the playoffs. The last 5 years, Dak Prescott has played all of or most games they've been in the playoffs. Haven't done anything, of course. I could see Atlanta sneaking in the playoffs in the NFC South. I don't see Chicago, but there are teams that go from worst to first. Some to Seattle last year. Seattle was 10-7 in Mike McDaniel's first season. They trade Geno Smith. They acquire Sam Darnold. And Sam Darnold, if he picks up where he left off last year in Minnesota, I would see Seattle has got a good chance to go to the playoffs because the Seahawks were pretty good. And coaches are just like players. They generally make their most improvement between the first and second season if they are a rookie head coach. I think Pete Carroll's going to have the Raiders improve, but in that division, I just don't see them going to the playoffs. It's just too hard. So those are a few. Maybe like Indianapolis or Jacksonville is going to sneak in the playoffs from the AFC South. I don't see it. Maybe Pittsburgh's back in the playoffs with Aaron Rodgers. What a great story that would be. I'm still going with Baltimore. You know, my picks right now, I think I'm going to take Baltimore over Buffalo, and I'm going to have Baltimore playing Detroit in the Super Bowl.
Nice. I like it. John, I'm really high on the Atlanta Falcons. John Robinson, I think he could be the best running back in the NFL. I think Drake London's a very underrated receiver. Very eager to see how Michael Penix Jr. looks in his first year as the starter fully. But Falcons in a very weak NFC South, they can make some noise. How do you feel about the Dirty Birds this year?
One team they got to worry about, and that's the Buccaneers. Buccaneers with Baker Mayfield throwing for 40 touchdown passes. Now he's got a new contract with more guaranteed money. And it wouldn't surprise me if Penix picks up where he left off last year when he was so impressive at the end of the season. They've got a very good offensive line. It would help them if Kyle Pitts wasn't such a bust. They took him, I think, 4th overall. This is time for him to show he was worth it. And that running game's a double-edged monster. And Robinson is one of the best, if not the best, dual threat at running back and as a receiver. And it just depends on what their defense can do. Can they get a pass rush? They haven't had anybody get double-digit pass rushes since John Abraham, and that seems like it's so long ago. It was in the 50s.
Yeah, it does seem like a long time ago. Okay, how you feeling about the Denver Broncos, John?
I think the Broncos last year, Sean Payton may have done his best coaching job. They took that humongous cap hit with Russell Wilson, figured, okay, if they could get to win 8 games, everybody'd be happy. Instead, Bo Nix plays better than anybody thought he would. The defense was great. Had Defensive Player of the Year, Patrick Surtain, the cornerback. He and Derek Stingley Jr. are the best corners in the NFL. So if they didn't play in the AFC West, I think they'd be ready to take the next step. But is Bo Nix as good as Patrick Mahomes? No. And the coaches are both great. I think it'll be another year of the Broncos adding to their offense before we can say they're a legitimate Super Bowl contender. We all know the road to the Super Bowl in the AFC West has got to go through Kansas City. And even though Kansas City won 15 games, people keep talking about, well, they weren't very good last year. How the hell did they win 15 games? It's true. Just to think if they play better this season, they might go undefeated.
Man, yeah. Okay, the other team in that division, the Chargers under Jim Harbaugh, what they went 11-6 last year, but it seems they're like the Wicked Witch of the West. Once they hit the playoffs, throw some water on them, they melt.
I'm the wrong person to be asking about the Chargers because the last time I saw them, the Texans were dismembering them at NRG Stadium in the wild card round. And so I know Justin Herbert's a great passer, and he's been in the playoffs twice, and they've lost both games. They've had some injury issues. They just lost their best offensive lineman, tackle Rashawn Slater, for the season. They had a running back get hurt. You know, it's so funny. We're talking about all these teams. Injuries tell the tale. Whoever suffers the fewest injuries to key players like quarterbacks got a best chance to get back to the playoffs. Are they talented enough? Yes. Do they have a good enough coach? Of course they do. But I don't see them overtaking the Broncos because Denver's defense is so good. Now, if Bo Nix has a sophomore slump, maybe so. All those outstanding rookie quarterbacks last year, their fan bases have to worry about sophomore slumps. There's a reason that is a term in sports, and it's a reason it's got a history, and the history is some guys that are really good as rookies, especially quarterbacks, take a step back like C.J. Stroud for various reasons.
Do you think that's going to happen to Jaden Daniels this year, John? Because everybody's expecting the Commanders to make a big-time run. They pick up Deebo Samuel. They're still dealing with the scary Terry McLaurin situation, but everybody's still high on the Commanders. How do you feel about Washington?
I think they're going to win that division. And I'll say this, it's just like last year's the defensive coordinators had plenty of time in off season to watch every play over and over and over of a quarterback's season, rookie season. And so they find different things to do, different strategy. And your offensive coach, in this case, Cliff Kingsbury, who wants to turn this into another head coaching job, has got to find ways to adjust. Now, a guy like Kingsbury, who's been a coordinator and a head coach, he's got a better chance of doing it than, say, Bobby Slowick last year with the Texans. Bobby, who was great as a rookie head coach and play caller, was unable to adjust to the adjustments, and it hurt. So he got fired. And so if you've got a veteran coach like Sean Payton's coaching Bo Nix, you're in better shape than if you have a guy going into his second year as a play caller, because he better be really smart about his strategy, and because it can backfire.
Well, I find it interesting. Everyone's, all excited about the Bears. They get Ben Johnson as the head coach. But his offense is very verbose. And Caleb Williams, came from the Lincoln Riley index card offense. This is almost like making Caleb Williams a rookie for the second year in a row, isn't it?
It is. And if you go back and watch Jared Goff can move when he has to, but he's a pocket passer. Ben Johnson's offense was about skill position players, strength down the field, double-headed monster at running back with backs that could catch the ball, and it all was orchestrated by the quarterback. You don't see him making plays off schedule. You don't see him running a lot. Now, I don't know if Ben Johnson's going to try to make Caleb Williams fit into that kind of scheme, or if Ben Johnson is adjusting what he does to fit Caleb Williams' skill set. First-time head coaches are usually, their worst staff is their first one because they hire friends and buddies. So I don't see them making the jump from worst to first, and most people who pick them to be significantly better, and I don't really know how you can pick them ahead of the Packers. And maybe I could see them going ahead of the Lions. The Lions are a team, won 14 games. You talk about dropping back. I could see that happening with J.J. McCarthy, even though I think
Vikings,
yeah, that I could see them, because Kevin O'Connell's a terrific coach, but we don't know what to expect from McCarthy. But right now, I still got the Bears last, and I can't wait to see what Ben Johnson is going to do and what he's going to ask of Caleb Williams, because he has traditionally not been a guy who just stands in the pocket. He likes to throw on the run, make plays off schedule, and that's not what the Lions offense was about.
John, can San Francisco get back to being that playoff team that we've seen in recent years. A lot of injuries last year. Christian McCaffrey should be back. Just re-signed George Kittle. They did lose Deebo Samuel, but they got their guy with Brock Purdy, and they still got Kyle Shanahan. How do you think San Francisco is going to be this season?
49ers have the easiest schedule in the NFL. They get to play the NFC West and the NFC South. I'm sorry, NFC South and AFC South. So they've got the easiest schedule. They are poised to make a comeback, but they've gotten rid of a lot of players. I don't think they got rid of anybody they really wanted to keep. They also have injury issues like Brandon Ayuk, who missed half of last season. So there's not high expectations for Kyle Shanahan. They were in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. I could see them bouncing back. Everybody's picking the Rams. Rams got Matthew Stafford with a sore back. All the Texans fans are telling the Rams, well, just rest him a week. No need for him to start that first game against the Texans. Let him have a break. And I expect him to be there. But the Rams are the favorite. Seattle could win a couple more games and win that division. But, boy, keep an eye out on the 49ers. They don't like failure. They're not used to failure. And all the moves they've made, they know what they're doing. I look for them to bounce back in a big way.
Well, it's going to be very interesting because you look at that division and the Rams. I mean, they're talking about the Rams with Stetson Bennett possibly at quarterback if Matt Stafford's back is still ailing.
Stafford's been durable his whole career. I've seen people on the ledge over him, and he plays. I fully expect him to be there for that first game against the Texans. And as far as them winning the division over the 49ers and Seahawks, maybe we're predicating a lot of that on the fact they took the Eagles to the mat in Philly in bad weather for a chance to go to the NFC Championship game. Sean McVay's a great coach, of course. They got a good balance on offense, have a great pass rush, great test for the Texans right off the bat with that defensive line. But it wouldn't surprise me if any one of those three teams won that division. All I know is Arizona should fit in last place. I see people talking about how much they like the Cardinals, and I'm like, well, okay, why? Just because after all these bad years, you're supposed to like them? What do you see with the Cardinals that makes you think they're going to beat one of those other teams? They might, but I don't see any reason to pick them over those three who are playoff tested. And I think that's going to be a great race. I think the other great race, AFC North, three teams, and then the Browns. The NFC East, I do think the Cowboys are going to be in the playoff race. Not for the division, but for a wild card. I think that's going to be a tremendous race. So the AFC North, the NFC North, there's some races that are going to be good. And then there's the South, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, the Rams, they lost Cooper Kupp. They pick up Devontae Adams with Puka Nacua and Tutu Atwell. And on defense, they picked up Poona Ford, the big nose tackle from Texas. And they got their draft right last year, John, because Braden Fisk and Jared Verse both are starters. They're top two picks in last year's draft. So
they've had the last two defensive rookies of the year, Kobe Turner the year before, defensive tackle.
Yeah. So, man. Zay, you got one more?
I do. Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh, what are you hearing from there, and how is he doing?
You know, everything, as long as there's not any controversy with them, I guess that's good. I think being 2 years removed from the Achilles, he's going to have a really good season. They don't have a lot of weapons. And they lost, Pickens is gone. Najee Harris is gone. Mike Tomlin's a good enough coach to get them to the playoffs. I could see him going back to the playoffs, being a one and done like they always are. But they're still going to be physical. They're still going to be the Steelers, still going to have a great pass rush. But I don't think they're as good as the Bengals, and I certainly don't think they're as good as the Ravens, my Super Bowl pick, along with the Lions.
Yeah, and I hear their left tackle's not great. And if that guy's not great and Aaron Rodgers is getting hit a lot, he's gonna start seeing ghosts, I think. But
one of the things about him, Chip, is he's been around long enough to feel a rush. He's good at sliding and moving and getting rid of the ball. What he doesn't want is to have to throw on the run a lot. That's not his baby. He'll slide to the right, slide to the left, throw the ball. I could see him having to throw on the run, and I could see him not liking it, because if they can't protect him, they got big issues.
yeah, John, you're the best. We love the conversation. Let's do it again next week.
I can't wait, guys. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a great weekend.
All right, there he is, John McClain, the general. Love that NFL conversation with John every Friday. Gets us up to speed on all things, all things Texans, all things NFL. All right, let's get a couple mentions in here, and then we'll head into the commentary. Hey, for my guys who are snoring, take advantage of this incredible opportunity right now with the Sleep Cycle Center in Austin. And it was founded by Dr. Chad Denman, who has committed his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. We don't want anything like that happening to you. But if you're waking up, first of all, if you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person next to you. Could be the sign of a serious health issue. If you're snoring and you know it and you're waking up a lot, it's because you're not getting enough oxygen. You go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. Dr. Chad's got the best technology for detecting sleep apnea, the level of sleep apnea, and the best, remedies, including oral appliances like the mouth guard that I have that holds my lower jaw open so I get that good deep sleep. It's too good of an opportunity to pass up, guys. Take advantage of it while you can. SleepCycleCenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And Cover 3. I mean, the weekend's here. Make your plans to get over to Cover 3. You got some tennis, you got some golf, you got some NFL preseason, you got baseball. Get over to Cover 3. It's dining, spirits, and sports, but it's really all about the food. The food's going to bring you back every time. The Chop House Burger, Texas Monthly says, is one of the best burgers in the state of Texas. The brunch on the weekends, the breakfast quesadillas, unbelievable. And the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. You like shrimp and bacon in your Bloody Mary? You got it. Get over to Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, and Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. Happy hour specials too, 3:30 to 6:30 every day, 3:30 to close on Mondays. They have the $7 social hour menu, which is amazing. The firecracker shrimp, the bacon deviled eggs. Yeah, you know what to do. Head over to Cover 3 right now. Happy hour just started. And AV consultations. How about our man, Tom McKay? He's about to celebrate his 37th anniversary. AV consultations. I mean, they're the best. They're the pros. Tom is the best. And he's going to bring you the best price on big screens. So you don't need to be going to stores, lugging 80-inch TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. Just call Tom. 255-8678. Of course, area code 512-255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. Best price on big screens, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. avconsultations.com is the website. All right, Zay. I want to talk about my man Puna Ford for a minute. Puna, Big Poon. Big Poon.
Crazy. You can't call him that.
Yeah, man.
You can't call him Big Poon.
Big Poon. Big Poon. He's got remember Poona Ford. So he's at Texas. He's from Hilton Head, South Carolina. And my favorite story about Poona Ford, who's now, by the way, entering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, his 7th year in the league. And Poona Ford, Tom Herman has just taken over as coach. And it's like their first practice. And Herman's got a reputation as a hard ass. And so practice is coming to an end. And Tom Herman, of course, never called people by their names. He called them by their numbers. And I think Poona was 95 at Texas. And Herman yells, "Number 95." Poona jumps up and is like, "Yes, sir." And Tom Herman's like, "You're the only one who had a good practice today." And Poona was like, "Thank you, sir." You know, I mean, Poona was like the nicest, soft-spoken, yes, sir, no, sir. And he's like 6 feet tall, but 300 and whatever. What are they listing him at now? 310. Okay. Oh, he's 5'11", 310, which means he's probably 5'10". And you can't move Poona Ford. You cannot move him. And so I love that he's become a desired guy on the defensive line and is now with a team that has a chance to make some noise in the playoffs, because Poona's he was with Seattle for 5 years when they were meh. And then he was with Buffalo in 2023. He was with the Chargers last year. So he's signing a bunch of 1-year deals. Okay, he signed a 3-year, $27.6 million contract with the Rams.
Solid.
So that included a $5.5 million signing bonus. So Poona Ford, who was undrafted out of Texas, Poona Ford's now made $18.6 million in the NFL. I love that dude. I hope he plays as long as he wants. Yeah, everyone's having fun with the big Poon thing. We won't even get into it. But big Poon right there. Love me some Poona Ford. There you go. There's your chip shot for today on Big Poon.
Thank you, Chip. Great chip.
Watch out. Watch out for Poona.
Please watch out.
Rams. He's with the Rams now.
All right, let's get to the right call. Before that, though, I got to give a shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Family owned, operated. They're the best, man. Wifey and I, Covert Bee Cave people, and you could be too. And if you don't want to take my word for it for how good Covert Bee Cave is, listen to these fine folks at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. You know, I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So, death, taxes, and another dildo thrown on the court of a WNBA game. They made another arrest yesterday. At this point, man, it's not even funny no more. It's just sad. Because, again, still don't know how they're getting them in there. Still don't know. Like, I feel like the security on the line. The security should be as locked in as it's ever been. Checking everybody. Like, you got to start doing full TSA type searches at this point. No basic, normal security. Like, we're going airplane mode. You know what I'm saying? Because this is just, it's nasty work. It's nasty work. You don't see this stuff in the NFL game, MLB, NBA, but WNBA, we've had 5 different events. 5 at this point.
Now people are getting arrested, getting mugshots, and people are still doing it. I don't even care.
It's just,
They're like,
oh,
sure, take me to jail. I'm having so much fun. This is such a good joke. Whatever.
sad, man.
Yeah, because now it's making fans of the WNBA look like total mouth breathers, but obviously they're not fans. They're just spending $10 to get in so they can throw a ding dong on the floor.
Hey, the tickets are more expensive than that. $10.
Well, I'm sure there's got to be some get-in seats for $10, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Art still ain't playing, so the tickets they dropped a little bit, just a little bit. But come on, WNBA, get it together, because again, it's not even funny anymore. All right, here's a very wholesome photo. Yesterday, the San Francisco 49ers and the Denver Broncos had their joint practice, and a lot of Longhorns on the Denver Broncos, and one San Francisco 49er, Alfred Collins, right there in the picture with some good guys, man. Some legendary guys. Malcolm Roach, see Brandon Jones in that picture, John A. Barron, Sam Ellinger, and PJ Locke. So all those guys throwing up the hook 'em, representing Texas and representing very well. When you see these guys take a picture like this, Chip, remember those guys? What do you remember when you think of Brandon Jones or PJ Locke?
Well, Brandon Jones, everything clicked for him his junior year. Like he was still thinking as a freshman. He was a 5-star, so he was very highly recruited. In his freshman and sophomore years, he was still thinking, processing. You could see it. And then his junior year, he just started making every play on the field. And it was really cool because he's a super good guy. And it took off for him. And he's been successful in the NFL with the Dolphins, now with the Broncos. And PJ Locke was a guy, hard-hitting guy, transferred in from Oregon. And he just loved the game. And he wasn't drafted, but here he is 6-7 years later in the league. And Malcolm Roach, another guy, started off near his hometown there in New Orleans. And, continue. He's a dog. He's just a dog. So he's going to keep his standing in the NFL. And Alfred Collins is that guy that showed us last year he can do it all. I mean, he was getting after the quarterback. He was stuffing the run. He caused the fumble downfield against Arkansas that Michael Taft jumped on to kind of ice the game. That was a 20-10 game. Arkansas was driving for a score. And Big Alfred Collins came up from behind and knocked that ball loose. Michael Taft, and it was like 10 yards downfield. Taft jumped on it, and then that's when Quintravian, you call him, Quintravian Ewers, Quintravius, he ran on that 4th down, and he lowered his shoulder, which you're not supposed to do. And he barely got the 1st down on 4th down, but he did, and that allowed Texas to run out the clock. So Alfred Collins, and then of course Jade Good heavens. Man had 3 interceptions against Georgia last year. Think about that. He had 5 interceptions, and 3 of them came against the best team Texas played in the SEC. And if my man Jalen Gilbo had his head turned around, he might have thrown the block that could have sprung him for the game-winning touchdown in the SEC championship game. But anyway, and then Ellinger, every year he's in the NFL, I think he's out kicking his coverage because I think he's a great teammate. I think he's tough. And, but I didn't think he was like Colt McCoy was a laser with accuracy. Sam was all over the place. His completion rate fluctuated. And I thought he was better his second to last year at Texas than he was his last year. But Sam's so tough and he's such a good teammate, and good for him, man. Just keep getting those contracts. And then whenever you get in the game, just make positive plays. If you lead your team to a win as a backup, like that's why Cooper Rush got so long in the league. Because, he what do you go 5-1?
Yeah.
Without Dak. So if you're that backup quarterback, man, you got to make it happen when you get in there. Jason Garrett came in for Troy Aikman and on Thanksgiving 1994, led the Cowboys to a win over the Packers. That was it.
That was all he needed.
13 years as the backup and became the head coach.
Genius, man.
So, and Colt, didn't he beat the Cowboys in Cowboys Stadium on Monday night or something when Colt was back up in Washington?
Yeah.
And that bought him 3 more years in the league. Colt ended up making, $30 million. So, yeah, man, that's a cool picture.
Yeah, I love this picture. I don't know where it's from exactly. I just saw it on Twitter. Oh, Texas Football posted it on their Twitter account. So, yeah, that's awesome. Sam, he's battling that second spot with Jared Stidham. Come on, man. Come on. That's Sam's job. What are we doing? Jared Stidham?
They'll keep 3, won't they?
Yeah, they should. So he should be good there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sam's my guy, man. Sam, that hairline receding a little bit. That's what I'm talking about. Sam out here seasoned. Sam out here seasoned, baby. That's what they want. They don't want no little boy. You need a grown-ass man.
His hair's not receding.
That ain't the same thing.
He's just hot. He probably flipped it.
Nah, bro. You nice, man. It's cool. Everybody's hairline starts to go. Not everybody's Jimmy Johnson. Everybody's hairline starts to go. Look at that. What are we talking about? That is not the same.
He's fade. Got a little, like.
It's not the same fade.
It's
okay. Yeah. It's okay. Like you act like I'm saying it's a bad thing. I want my quarterback's hairline to be receding a little bit. I need that Peyton Manning 4-head, 5-head. That's why I need all that knowledge. I need to see that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
man, Alfred Collins is huge.
Oh, he's gigantic.
Because Malcolm Roach is a big dude, and he makes Malcolm Roach look small.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Alfred Collins is an absolute monster. All right, let's get into this story, man, because it seems like just a click story because Cowherd's been out of control when it comes to Texas sports lately. Colin Cowherd, been around the game for a long time, has had his shows for a long time. I try not to hate on anybody in the media game. What we do is very difficult. If you're able to get to that, Cowherd, Stephen A., Skip Bayless, Scott Van Pelt, all those guys, you're able to get to that status, Dan Patrick, Rich Eisen, all these guys, Chip Brown's in the world, you're able to get to that status, you've done something. You've earned it. But Cowherd, the things that he said about the Browns owner being close to the Manning family and all those things. Like, all those things could be true, but it's interesting. And now Cowherd is saying to the Texas Monthly article that came out yesterday, which shouted us out when they were talking about Hyde Manning, they were talking about our interview. They just said Texas Sports Unfiltered. They could have said Chip and Zay, but that's cool. I get it, whatever. It's Texas Sports, where it's a team game. We appreciate the love, Texas Monthly. We appreciate it. But in that article, what stood out the most was Archie Manning saying that Arch is going to come back for the 2026 season so he can have 2 years under his belt as the starter, which not surprising to you and I. You've been talking about it for a very long time, even way before that Texas Monthly article. Cowherd said yesterday about the article, bad business move. He said Cam Ward making $47 million. Arch might make 6.5. Why would you run from that? What? The Mannings always say the right thing. That's what this is. They could be lying. They are lying. That's what basically Cowherd was saying. That's what you take from that. Archie Manning is a liar. They are saying the right things because they're Mannings and they know how to play the game. Arch would be an idiot not to enter the draft if everything went as good as it can, which is winning the Heisman, winning a national championship. Undoubted, just has to be the number one pick.
That's what Cowherd said.
That's what Cowherd said. Yes. So it's just like, okay, I don't know if this is clickbait. I don't know if Cowherd really believes this. But it's interesting to say because I still don't think that's true. And I think that, well, for one, the money's not a thing. This team, they're not that greedy. They don't have to be that greedy to where $47 million, like bad business.
If Arch has an unbelievable year, which would be anywhere, the Heisman, I told you the last 6 Heisman Trophy winning quarterbacks have all thrown for more than 40 touchdowns, 40 touchdowns in a season. If Arch has somewhere between a 40 touchdown pass season and a Joe Burrow season, and Texas wins the national championship, well, then maybe you rethink it, but right now, this guy's got to get out of the starting block. And if this is true, that Cowherd said if Texas loses Ohio State, Sark is on the hot seat. Come on, man.
He ain't say that. Did he really say that?
Ridiculous. Ohio State's a 2.5-point favorite. They're the reigning defending national champs. Texas, this is almost, if Texas plays close and loses, it's fine. I mean, it's not fine because I'm sure everyone on that defense is going to be like, how the hell did that happen? Because if not for that bail call at the end of the first half, Ohio State has 7 points, at halftime. But they score with 29 seconds left from their own, whatever it was, 25 on a simple flare pass.
Why are we bringing this up? Good God.
Because those defensive guys are pissed about Ohio State. And they're the ones that want to leave that place. They want to quiet. They want to turn off the sound in the horseshoe.
Cut the water off.
Cut the water off. Yeah, I mean, and they should. But yeah, saying that Sark's going to be on the hot seat if he loses to Ohio State, come on, man. You kidding me? Come on. What? It must be summer.
Must be summer. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Summer.
That's straight clicks. Bad business move. Like, y'all like these fools are broke. Low income housing, poverty, like Title I schooling. I don't know. They ain't struggling. Like, Cooper Manning has done well for himself as a hustler. Mom, a lawyer. like, no, they're not struggling out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, Arch can enjoy college. People still do that.
Yeah.
People still like enjoy it. Little brothers here. Like
Eli stayed 4 years in the Grove.
Yeah.
Peyton stayed 4 years in Knoxville.
Yeah, they weren't struggling.
Arch got his little brother with him. They're having the time of their lives. Hyde says, I'm living my best life.
Yeah, chasing the honeys, going to Cabo Bob's. It's tough to beat.
Yeah.
It's tough to beat. Which I get it. You know, we played the clip yesterday from the Alabama radio guy hating on Texas, things like that. Like, I get it. Like, I walked my dog earlier this morning, breathing this beautiful Austin, Texas air, and I was like, yeah, I'd be mad if I didn't live here too. I'd be mad if I lived somewhere in Alabama where life's a little different. I'd be a little salty too. You know what I'm saying? So I get it.
Sorry, Chan.
Yeah,
Chan.
Always bringing it up.
Said, Chip, you making me cry again, bringing that play up again.
Always bringing it up.
I'm not always bringing it up. I'm bringing it up. I'm bringing it up when I'm talking about the Texas Ohio State game.
I'm not saying it's irrelevant. It always makes sense to what you're saying and what your take is. I feel like, you know, it's valid to bring it up because it was that big of a play. It was that big of a moment. I bring it up too. You know, you just get caught bringing it up because that play, the worst play of the year by far. Not even close.
At the worst possible time.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the college football playoff semifinal. In a game that you should have been tied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I saw Luka playing in some Europe game with Slovenia today. That's the real problem. Yeah, it's his weight and stuff. He plays too much basketball. He could take a summer off. This ain't the Olympics. This ain't the World Cup. This is a useless overseas bootleg-ass EuroLeague game. This is stupid. There's no need to play. Like, I hate when those guys do it. And they feel obligated to because in their country and stuff, that means so much to them. Like, and maybe I'm just too much of an American, I guess, so I don't get it. I can't relate. But, like, there's a reason why when I see, like, Team USA playing in, like, non-Olympic events or non-World Cup events, you see has-beens and washed guys that you barely remember in college. Like, barely. They're not playing any NBA ball. They're making maybe 5 figures overseas, maybe. But that's their peak, is playing those bootleg overseas country leagues. Luka needs to stop playing in those. Because that's just the wear and tear. It's pointless. It's pointless. Like, dude, at this point in your career, you've played in enough Slovenian games. You have, bro. Like, you don't need to be playing.
Played in enough Slovenian games.
Yeah, you don't need to be playing, man. Like,
take a Slovenia issue.
Like, dude, like that's. And I remember Mark Cuban saying that. And that's who he was talking about. Mark Cuban was like, we hate guys playing in the Olympics, which you have to let them play in the Olympics because that's the Olympics. That's life-changing. But these weirdo leagues that these guys are playing in, which it's a cool atmosphere because they care about hoops over there. It's cool. They lighting fireworks and all types of shit. Like, that's fun. But Luka, like he does it. Like Nikola Jokic, same thing. He be playing in them. Like they feel obligated to do that. You know what I'm saying? And like I remember Ginobili and Tony Parker, they used to play in those things too. And I was like, okay. And Ginobili was still diving in the stands and doing crazy stuff. Then they come to the States and they in and out of the lineup as they got older. And you're like, oh, yeah, they were playing all summer long. And it's just like, I think they could take a summer off every once in a while. But
yeah, how does he play so much basketball and he's still heavy?
that's what's also odd. Like, I don't know how that works either. Like, just very low metabolism.
All right, let's bring in the open gym. Patrick and Matt.
There you go.
And
Matt's loading slowly. Matt's loading, but we'll get him in there.
does anyone else find it interesting that Jackson Dart, who just broke all Eli's records at Ole Miss, is now a Giant, where Eli is still beloved?
I mean, it's more. I think for me, it's like the Josh Allen, Jackson Dart with Brian Daboll. Like, can you make another guy like that? Was not super accurate, kind of mobile. Can you put that guy together and make that Brian Daboll 2.0? Get another Josh Allen guy. That's more makes sense to me. The Ole Miss connection. I don't think a lot of these NFL scouts give two shits about a lot of colleges.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these NFL guys are like, dude, it's NFL. Anything below us doesn't matter. We'll watch your tape, but there's like 4 schools that we like because we know the coaches there, and everybody else is in the same boat.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, fellas, we'll get out of your way. Everybody have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
Have a good weekend, guys.
Nice. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym here on the show. The text line is open. 512-222-9328 is the text line, or you can hit us up on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. What's up, CB? Hope you're having a good week. Getting to watch all these Texas rookies and Texas second-year players and all these guys. Now that Texas is getting a bunch of people back in the league, preseason's a little bit more fun. So watching some preseason and watching different dudes in that is a little bit more fun. A little more things to watch for out there. So enjoying watching that. Get into that. Some Texas talk. First scrimmage of the year is this weekend. Whole lots of good stuff. But first, we need to check in with Matt, and we need to get the health updates. He's very sick earlier this week. How are we feeling, Matt? Have we gotten back to bourbon yet?
I feel like by tomorrow I'll be having a bourbon.
Okay, good.
But I'm good, man. 97.5%.
That's good. All right, I can take that. I can work with that 97.5%. I'm glad to hear that you are on the mend, and this is not a Kristaps Porzingis type sickness that just is going to rear its head over and over again.
No long COVID here that I'm aware of. Although it could rear its head about August 30th when I'm supposed to fly up to Columbus. But I think we'll be okay.
There you go. That sucks, CB. You don't have the NFL Network. I tell you, we have bots that pop up in our chat every 14 seconds. So if you don't mind getting viruses and your account hacked and everything else, you can try one of those guys. I'm sure that they will be completely clean with everything they have. Yeah, it is annoying that the beginning of it is just on NFL Network. I think the Cowboys will be on somewhere else here because they're not on NFL Network. So I think that they'll be on whatever local TV here in town.
Yeah, the local Fox affiliate, I'm sure. I don't know that it's like there's even a point of having NFL Network anymore after this ESPN thing.
Well, it depends on where the game. Like right now, preseason games are on there, but it's just part of
once
it's
the regular season rolls around.
Yeah, it's part of my sports package. So, I don't think I'm paying for it individually. I think it's part of a sports package. So I have all that stuff in there. I think they did take MLB Network off of it though at some point, which is annoying. But yeah, whenever you have the sports package and like one group doesn't want to be there, like guys, I can't afford to have 75 different streaming services to watch all of these games. You guys got to consolidate a little bit.
Typically what I do is as soon as the NFL draft is over,
Yeah.
in like May, I just paused my YouTube TV account until September 1st.
Oh, okay. See, I still watch enough other things. I still watch enough other stuff on YouTube TV that I still keep it going. But I could see that.
Yeah,
I could see
it's just if there's something that I really need to catch, I have the ESPN Plus thing that I can use, and I have like Peacock if there's something on NBC. So we
But
figure it out.
You miss out on like the Ocho. You don't get the Ocho
Yeah,
on
I
them?
mean, it's I would love to watch the National Cornhole Championships, but
Slippery Slopes.
Yeah.
Have you seen that one before?
I have
Or
no
Slippery
idea what that
Stairs,
is.
I think it's where they have like the stairs with, I guess, baby oil or something on them, and you're all like trying to climb up to the top to ring a bell or grab a flag or something. There's like 4 people, and like basically once somebody goes down, everyone gets wiped out, and you go back down to the bottom. They put that on the Ocho. I saw Papa Shot championships on there before. They did, which there was like a 6'8" dude doing it. And you're like, just play real basketball, dude. You can't be 6'8" doing Papa Shot. Play real basketball.
Did Diddy come up with the slippery slope one?
No, but it was sponsored by by Diddy. Sponsored by Diddy. He had to get rid of that baby oil somewhere. He can't have any more on the premises, so he had to get rid of it somewhere.
I usually am awesome at Papa Shot, by the way. Like if they have it in a bar, that's the first thing that I do is I go play Papa Shot, and I usually do pretty well. And we went to the Houston Rodeo this past spring, and I was telling my girlfriend, like, oh, we got to do the Papa Shot. We got to do the Papa Shot. I'll definitely win you a prize. Ofer.
Oh,
the one they have to rig it at those carnivals and rodeos and stuff.
Yeah.
Like it has to be rigged because every time it hit the rim, it was just flying off in the other direction.
Yeah. Chime in on the chat. What's your favorite dumb game they put on the Ocho? If you ever watch that, there. What's your favorite dumb game? Yeah, I do Papa Shot at bars. The problem is I'm a sweater, and so I'll do things like that, and then you like get an okay score the first time, and you're like, all right, and now like jacket's off, and you're trying to get really trying to get focused in on it. And like by the 4th game, I'm sweating now at a bar. You're like, oh, and it's not going to stop sweating for a while now. The bar's not cold enough for me to stop sweating. So I'm just a mess. Just a fat guy just pouring sweat on it. Oh,
American Ninja Warrior or whatever?
No, Rod, it was Most Extreme Elimination Challenge. The MXC that used to come out on, I think, Spike. I think it's still on like Amazon or something. You can still go stream it, but it was like with Guy Ledouche, and it was a solid show back in the day. They had the things that were like you run into the path, and they had 3 doors, and like two of them were just wood planks, and one of them you could bust through. So
like
wood planks.
The adult version of what was that show on Nickelodeon when we were young? With like the Amazon or Mayan theme to it.
Hidden Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Yeah, it's like the adult version of Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Yeah, no, that's Legends of the Hidden Temple back in the day. So it's A+. That and Double Dare. Everybody wanted to do Double Dare. That was
so good. They should bring back Legends of the Hidden Temple and like legitimately bring it back in like adult form and like have celebrities do it and make it like way more extreme.
I know that they did a documentary or something on it not that long ago. Like they had the people come back and talk about it and like all the challenges of it, and that it was like it was weird, and they were like sometimes it was easy and then sometimes it was like super hard to do. But I saw a whole documentary thing about it not that long ago about Legends of the Hidden Temple. I was like, oh yeah, that was a fun thing back in the youth, watching that. Oh, and then what was the other one you always want to do was Guts.
Oh yeah.
That one, and you had the aggro crag at the end. Come on, man! Everyone wanted to climb the aggro crag at the end of that.
When I was a little kid, that was like my life goal was to get a piece of the aggro crag.
Oh man, yeah, no, that was a piece that you always wanted to get there at the end of that. But all that being said, let's get into a little sports talk here, Matt.
Friday, baby.
It's a Friday afternoon. We're just gonna have some fun with you. Appreciate everyone joining us here on the show on a Friday afternoon. We know you're trying to get your weekend ready. I'm getting I'm getting geared up for the weekend. I got some friends coming back into town for a concert that they're playing at Antone's tomorrow night, doing their Led Zeppelin tribute. So go see those guys who are in town for that. And then doing a big show. We do a tribute for my best friend who passed away several years ago, who is a really famous or a really big name here in Austin. He's an Austin Music Hall of Famer and all this stuff, MC Overlord. We do a tribute show to him every year that I put on. And so we're doing that on Sunday. And so all of this stuff. So it's a busy weekend. I'm excited to get to the weekend and get to a busy weekend. And if anybody wants to join us on Sunday, be at Moon Tower Saloon. Music starts at 1. We'll go to like 4 or 5. Got like 14, 15 different people coming up playing a few songs. So it'll be a fun time down there at Moon Tower Saloon on Sunday if anybody wants to come stop by and have a drink with us and see me running around frantically trying to make sure everything's still going on time. It's stuff that I did. It was way easier for me to do when I was like 25. And now I'm in my 40s. Now I'm just pouring sweat just from the minute I'm there to the entire time. So we'll get to that. But also this weekend, Matt, we do get the first scrimmage for Texas football. They will do their first scrimmage. So we'll get to see a little bit more of in practice. They've been doing situational things. We've seen the interceptions. We've seen all those little pieces and the stuff we get out of it. But we haven't seen a real scrimmage yet where we can kind of hear the stories of who looks better in real kind of more simulated gameplay with actual officials showing up and making sure that this offensive line isn't jumping, making sure the defensive line is playing fair, making sure the secondary, and I want to kind of get your opinion on what you're looking for to hear out of this scrimmage. Cause I'll start off with something that I think we're both curious about is that star position and especially Grayson Littleton. And, he's true freshman coming in and we've heard so many good things. All right, now what's the consistency? How does he look when you put him out there and start to throw him out play after play at that star position? But that one to me is a big one. And, you comment on that and whatever else you're looking at to hear out of this first scrimmage coming up this weekend.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if Grayson Littleton actually gets the start in the scrimmage at the star position or if they go with one of the more veteran guys like Taff or McDonald and how that secondary is set up for those first few reps there with the first team defense. I want to see the biggest thing for me. I think there's two different things. I'll start on offense. The number one thing for me on offense is who are the 3 starting receivers. We know it's Ryan Wingo and DeAndre Moore. Who's going to be the third guy? Is it going to be Emmett Mosley? Is it going to be Parker Livingstone? Maybe that'll give us a little bit of an indicator of who's more ahead and who's, kind of got the upper leg on that on that third wide receiver position. I expect both of them to play, obviously, at certain points with the ones, but I'm interested to see who gets the first crack at it. And then the other one for me is the defensive tackle position. How do the rotations look? Like what pairings do they use with these different guys? Who gets the most run with the first team? Who gets the most run with the second team? How does that all work out? That is one where I literally have. I won't say I have no idea, but I would imagine it's like Cole Brevard is one of them, and then we have no idea who the other one's going to be because we've heard a number of guys have been showing up and playing extremely well at that spot. So maybe it's Murad Watson, maybe it's Justice Terry, maybe it's Alex January, maybe it's Travis Shaw. Go on and on down the list because there's a lot of them, but I'll be interested to see who those guys are. And also, I guess I'll throw in a bonus third one too. Where does Justice Terry fit into this scrimmage? Do they play him more on the edge? Do they play him more inside? That's going to be something that's very interesting because I really think that they're going to try and get him on the field as many different ways as possible in the fall. So Saturday is going to be a good first opportunity to test that out.
Yeah, I mean, I think line play in general is kind of who's winning the day at the line, or who's how does Colton Vosick look? How does Justice Terry? Where does he fall into it? How many snaps is he playing? Where is he kind of running around? Where do we see the guys just across that defensive line? We've heard that maybe the defensive line you could have 6 guys going in, so you could have a first team, second team, and third team rotating, and guys coming in 2 at a time on that defensive line. If you do that, who are they putting together? Are you putting together a young guy and an older guy? Is it 2 young guys coming in and then 2 seniors coming in? What are you trying to put together when you have all those pieces? So I'm really curious about that defensive line, hearing kind of the reports we get out of that side of it. And then the offensive line as well. Just how are they protecting? How do they look against a really good pass rush and defensive line? We, of course, want to hear that. I'll add in another piece that is kind of under the radar, but we've talked about it a little bit. Who's playing second team quarterback?
Yeah.
Who's going on the other side? I've heard more good things about KJ Lacey than Trey Owens right now. I haven't heard anything bad about Trey Owens, but I've probably heard more positivity about KJ Lacey. I don't know if that is because KJ Lacey was kind of a more talked about recruit, and so he's getting more attention and more eyes on him, or if he is actually steps ahead, because we haven't heard that much from the coaching staff so much as we've heard it from reports and people that have been there. So that to me is kind of like who's in there, who is a backup quarterback to start to run with. How do those guys start looking? Are either one of them, is KJ Lacey or Trey Owens, starting to build a rapport with any of these wide receivers that are the freshmen that we can maybe one of those guys, it builds up like how we know Arch and DeAndre Moore already had something going. Is there a little bit of that with one of these young guys that we'll see? So just seeing a little bit of those reports, I'm really curious to get what we hear out of it for the other quarterbacks, because we know Arch is going to be Arch and we're expecting big things out of that. But as you've mentioned, as everybody knows, it's really hard to play 16 games as a healthy quarterback. And so there's odds that Arch will at least miss a drive somewhere along the season. And knock on wood, don't want to say that will happen, but there's chances of that. Odds are pretty high of that. So who is coming in backup?
Yeah, and I also wonder how Matthew Caldwell kind of figures into that mix. Is he the one that Sark trusts the most right now, or has his presence there kind of pushed KJ Lacey and Trey Owens to pick up their game, and maybe they've overtaken him? I still maintain probably that if there's sort of a, more of a long-term issue, if Arch has some sort of long-term injury, which, knock on everything, knock on wood, all that stuff, we hope that doesn't happen, obviously. But in that scenario, which has happened with Quinn, where he had to miss a couple games, do you put in the more battle-tested guy with Matthew Caldwell, who is going to be more able to recognize coverages or, make the smarter plays at the line and make the smarter reads? Or do you go with a guy with the greater talent like a KJ Lacey, who's Alabama, Gatorade Player of the Year and a record breaker in the state of Alabama, or Trey Owens, who played in a very, tough state to play football in Texas? There's a lot of different options there, but that is going to be very interesting to watch, because it's for the last 3 years, it's been a critical position at Texas. So I have no reason to believe that's going to change in 2025.
Yeah. And so in all reality, that to me is probably the biggest early answer we might get out of the scrimmage, because a lot of this stuff is still ever changing, and that can even change. But if we hear, oh man, it's KJ Lacey, or hey, it's Trey Owens, that dude is good, or if it's no, neither Matthew Caldwell looks like he can play quarterback, and the other two are still a little bit behind schedule, or not even behind schedule, but they're just not quite ready yet to take over that reins, which happens. I mean, Arch Manning, his first year it was Malik Murphy. So, I mean, Arch Manning as a freshman wasn't even the backup quarterback. He was third string. It was, we saw Malik Murphy still being there for another year and coming back, and then had to play in some games. And so that one to me is really a big piece, because a lot of this other stuff, the running back game, we're pretty excited about. You want to hear more positivity out of CJ Baxter. I think is really, you want to kind of hear that. But, I think a lot of this defense you feel pretty good about. You know what you're getting back in a lot of these different defenses. You still, some of these transfers, you just want to hear reports like Brad Spence. You'd love to hear how he looks out there. But I think for the most part, that the defensive tackles, who's really standing out like that, who looks like they may be the guy to be the starter, to be the closer at the defensive tackle, and that backup quarterback position really feels like the two biggest unknowns probably left, because we could have said right tackle, but that's now been settled. So those two really feel like more of the biggest unknowns left for us at Texas football, which is nice to see. Maybe the star position as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's at the beginning of fall camp there, I think there was a lot more questions than we have right now, which is a good thing, because it seems like guys are starting to settle into their positions, and they're starting to figure some things out. I think they still have they have 3 weeks left, so they've got plenty of time to figure out all these other spots. But the scrimmage is going to be your first indication of where guys are sitting on this depth chart, because it's one thing to go through practice and doing reps with the ones and do it, but they're watching film, they're taking notes on these guys and how they're performing with their different units. So maybe going into tomorrow, Sark sees something in player X that he really likes, so he's going to insert him into the starting lineup, and they'll go from there. So I love the first scrimmage. I hope there's no injuries, knock on wood.
Yeah.
Another thing that I'm kind of interested to see as well that just kind of popped into my head is, who's the third running back?
Yeah.
Right. Like, do they go with, like, how much does Christian Clark, kind of emerge into this offense? Is Jarrett Gibson taking all these steps forward that we've heard about? Does he really assume that role as the third back? How does that rotation work? Are they in different packages? What's the package when you have two running backs on the field at the same time? Which two guys is that? Like, a lot of things there to watch too. But I agree with you. I think backup quarterback and defensive tackle are really the two spots that we're really the most curious about going into this thing. And I'm going to be interested to see how it all shakes out for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, we can throw in special teams as well to that question of kick return, punt return. Who looks good doing it? We know we've heard the names that Jeff Banks gave out, that Trey Wisner, DeAndre Moore, and Ryan Niblett would be the three main guys. Do they have somebody else they're sticking back out there? Is it, are they trying to lean one way? Is it like, well, we really want it to be Niblett because we'd really rather not use Trey Wisner and DeAndre Moore in that way because we have other plans for them. So we can, but we prefer to use somebody else just to be safer. Or is it, no, man, this is DeAndre Moore is your punt returner, Trey Wisner is your kick returner, and that's really where we want to do it, and that's how we're building it because they're our best players, and we need to be better on special teams this year.
Yeah, because that was a big black mark for Texas last year, not just in the field goal game, but in the return game and the penalties as well. How much have they cleaned that up?
Yeah,
since last season, because so many times last year I felt like Silas Bolden would break a kick or a punt return for a decent amount of yards and it'd get called back or whatever the case may be. So how much has Jeff Banks, with not having to work with the tight ends as much, probably because of that new hire that they made with the assistant tight ends coach, how much more has he been able to kind of focus on special teams and get that group, performing the right way? And the returners, yeah, like I'd love to see Ryan Niblett get involved there in some capacity. Like he mentioned him as a name. Like, is that on kick return? Is that on punt return? I would expect that DeAndre Moore is probably your primary punt returner, just because he's sure-handed and he's going to make the right decisions with fair catching and letting the ball go and all those kinds of things. But put as much speed. I mean, you obviously you want to have experience back there too, but put as much speed as you can at kick return, because that's what really matters, I think, the most when it comes to kick return is how fast can you get downfield and bust something open. You want a sure-handed guy, you want a guy that can be a little bit violent, probably, and like a Trey Wisner would fit that, but let Ryan Niblett use his athletic gifts in that kick return game and maybe be able to break something open.
Yeah, no. So all those pieces are just stuff we'll be watching for this weekend. Trying to see if we, what we hear back and where they're willing to spill the beans on some of this stuff and where they're going to try and hold back a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, it seems like we've got a pretty good idea of this team. There was a lot of turnover, but we kind of know where most of the pieces are going to land. So it's more along the lines of, these little other pieces. And I think that special teams is kind of just that piece. We were like, that was clearly the worst facet of Texas last season. So how cleaned up is that? How much have they really made an emphasis? I know it seems like our punting game is going to be much better this year. The kicking, there was no way to know that Bert Auburn was going to fall off a cliff at one point and get the yips. So you can't get mad at that, but it happened. So now are we good? Are we hearing about kicks that are 50 yard kicks? Or are we kicking 35, 40 yarders? Like, where's our limit on kicks? All of those pieces you just kind of want to get more and more used to as we get into this first scrimmage, which gives me a return, say, practice with blocking with their hands up in the air. I don't know if that would work, Joe. I think maybe that could lead to some injuries. There no holding calls, but I think it might lead to some injuries. So I wanted to ask this question, though, and I'll ask this to the text line in the chat as well. because now we feel pretty good about where we're at, and we pretty much know where starters are in most places. Maybe the star is still a little bit of a question. Maybe on defensive line, we don't know who the starter is, but we know who's going to be playing it. We know 5 or 6 guys are going to be playing it. So we kind of know where everybody is. So we've been pretty positive. On a Friday, we'll get back to positivity. But I wanted to try and do just a thought experiment on the offensive side of the ball and the defensive side of the ball. Which player is most concerning to you right now? Which player, when you have to say, all right, this is the one that I'm a little bit more worried about. This is the player that, everything could be good, but, maybe they're not fully there. Or maybe this is maybe going to be one of our weaker links, even if it's still there, but the player on offense and defense that maybe you have more questions on. Let's just leave it as easy as that. More questions on. Throw that in the chat in the text line for us as well. I'd love to hear what you guys think and who you're kind of right now a little bit trepidatious about. But Matt, for you offensively, on the offensive side of the ball, who are you looking at and maybe going just a couple questions?
Man, this is a tough one. It'd probably have to be at the offensive line, I would imagine. You know what? Can I have 2?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm going to have 2. My first one's going to be Brandon Baker. He's never started a game before. I think he's probably played a handful of snaps. So how does he fare against what might be the best pass rush in college football with Texas in that scrimmage? How does he hold up against Colin Simmons or Ethan Burke or whoever the case may be? That's one that I'm going to be watching a lot. The jury's still out on him. He can be as technically sound as you want, but when the lights come on, how does that change? How does he react to the pressure? Honestly, and this is going to sound kind of strange probably to a lot of people, but I think you might agree with me here, Patrick. Ryan Wingo. Is he ready? Is he actually ready to take the step forward and be a dominant number 1 receiver? And be the guy that defenses have to fear on a snap, every snap basis. Because last year he was kind of used as in a boutique role, a lot of reverses, a lot of jet sweeps, a lot of screens. They throw it downfield to him occasionally, but for the most part, he was kind of used in a boutique fashion. And I think part of that was because of the injury stuff. Part of that was because he was inexperienced. But if he is not ready to take the next step and be a full-time number 1 receiver and be that dominant guy, the Jordan Shipley, the Colin Johnson, the Devin Duvernay, Xavier Worthy, Adonai Mitchell type guy, that's going to be a big issue for the Texas offense. So I want to see how ready he is to assume that role.
No, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on both of them because Brandon Baker, we expect to be really good, but is Brandon Baker ready to be the right tackle? It's all about on that offensive line. If there's one weak link, that's who they're attacking. And the SEC, you're going to play against really good teams. And is he going to be able to hold up against a Georgia? Is he going to be able to hold up against some of these more top-tier pass rushes you may face? Is Brent Venables going to go right after him in the Red River rivalry? Are you going to have those issues? So that one I'm with. And then Ryan Wingo, I'm with you. The floor is still not that low. The floor is still a really good wide receiver. But are you so we talked about this the other day, and someone in the chat brought up, Arch has to be great to win. And then we referenced Will Howard. And we're like, Will Howard didn't have to be great because his receivers were great. And so it gave him this edge where he had Egbuka, he had Jeremiah Smith, who's probably the best receiver in football last year. And he could just throw the ball around and some of these guys are going to catch him. And you need Ryan Wingo to be more of that. You need Ryan Wingo to be able to get open. You need Ryan Wingo to pull double coverages. You need him to have to be that guy so that it helps everybody else get open. It helps your run game because you have to make sure you're really doubling down on Ryan Wingo. I agree with you in that if he's not that guy, it makes everything just a little bit tougher across the board for the rest of the team. If he is not a top 5 wide receiver in the country. And I know that's asking a lot. But when I look at someone put a top 10 wide receivers in college football list, and he's not on it. And I get it. You're still the number 1 receiver at Texas. You're still a really good player, but it's you need to be on that list. There needs to be no doubt that you're that guy. And I think he has all the tools to be there. Can he stay healthy? He's been banged up a lot so far in his young career. So can he stay healthy? And then can he be that guy? I'm with you 100% that is somebody that there's questions. Is he really that next level guy? Or is he really good? Now, the good news for Texas is if he is not the guy, which I think he still is, you got a lot of other young guys who might be able to step up and fill that role within a year or 2 years. So it's not the end of the world, but I think he can be. And odds are pointing that way. It is just a question if we're going to go on the semantical argument that I'm putting out here of who worries you the most. You can't go that too many people. I'll throw out mine, and this is more of a because he's a transfer and because of what the tight end position means, I'll say Jack Endries. Not that I think he's going to be bad or anything else, but is he the same game changer as JT Sanders? Is he the same game changer as Gunnar Helm? Can he in a Sark offense be that really big playmaker that tight ends have been for Texas the last several years? And the last couple years we went to the playoffs, having that guy that on a third down may get you 35 instead of, fighting for 6. It's a 3rd and 5. Are you fighting for 6? Are you 35 yards wide open down the field because you saw it and you got a connection to your quarterback? That to me is a big difference of how explosive this team can be. How much can you help out Arch Manning is what can Jack Endries, how soon can he figure out this offense? How soon can he fit into it? You never know with these transfers. And I know Amari Niblack's probably a bad example, but Amari Niblack coming in and never got it. It just never clicked for him here at Texas. It seems like Jack Endries is already past that. But it is just a process of, is he ready? All right. Is week 1, he's a guy that Arch Manning trusts, that Sark trusts, and they're getting him the ball. We said Gunnar Helm, 60 receptions, had most receptions on the team last year. 2 years ago, JT Sanders, who missed games, had 45 receptions. Like that's an important position for what Sark does and what Texas does. And they break big plays at Texas at tight end. Not everybody does that. So I think for me, that's just a question. Is he ready to be that guy, or is he going to be a solid tight end, which is great. But again, it's kind of like the Ryan Wingo thing. Are you reliable and good, or are you great? And the more great players on this team, the better chance that everyone plays, well in certain games and we get to where we want to be.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely hitting the nail on the head. I mean, it's one thing to be able to do that at Cal when you're the number one option in the ACC. When you move over to the SEC, you've got all these other receivers to compete with. You're in a deep room. You're facing some of the best defenses in college football, especially week 1 going up against Ohio State. Like, are you going to be ready in week 1 to make a difference in that game and be an impact player like Matthew Golden was against Michigan, for example?
Yeah.
Matthew Golden caught a clutch touchdown in that game. And even though he was a little bit behind, you knew it's like, okay, they're figuring something out here. This guy's going to be a good player for us. And they need to figure that out with Jack Endries very soon. And if he can't be the guy that, I mean, let's be honest. If you're going to be a successful tight end at the level of a JT Sanders or a Gunnar Helm at Texas in Steve Sarkisian's offense, you need to be able to guarantee that you're going to get 5 to 6 to 7 catches a game, and not just 5 catches or 6 catches for 36 yards, 5 catches, 50 yards, good chunk plays that are going to move this offense in clutch situations. And it remains to be seen if he can do that. I think a lot of people, including both of us, believe that he will be able to do it, but we need to see it. And that's the most important part.
Yeah. I mean, like you look at JT Sanders, he averaged 15.2 yards on a catch. A.D. Mitchell was 15.4. Xavier Worthy was 13.5. You're talking about a guy being downfield. And I know Jack Endries can do it, but that requires connection to your quarterback. That's not just going to be drawn up where you're at. You have to have that connection with your quarterback a little bit more. And then as we go up, if my internet works, we can get there.
Yeah, Endries averaged 11.1 yards per catch in 2024 and 11.7 yards per catch in 2023. So he's kind of like, it's not, 15 yards per catch for a tight
crazy.
end.
Gunnar Helm's 13.
Insane.
Gunnar Helm was 13.1 last year.
Right. So if you're around that area, 13, 11, 12, 13, 14, somewhere in there, that's exactly what they need out of the tight end position.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is that kind of look at it and saying, we know the big plays at Gunnar Helm when he saw it, and him and Quinn were like, Quinn looks over and just goes, "You're open over the middle. There's no one going to be there. Like everyone's. I can tell where everyone's going, and they're not guarding you up the middle. So just take off down the middle, and I'm going to sell to the outside, and I'm going to chunk it right down middle, and you're going to get, a giant chunk play out of it. They ran those types of plays with Gunnar Helm, and that to me, I think Jack Indries could 100% be that, but it does leave me the question, is he that guy, or is he just a little bit step behind that, which is fine. Gunnar Helm's an NFL tight end. Is Jack Indry a second day NFL tight end, or is he a late third day? Like, where do you fall on that tight end for Jack Indries? So it's not a huge worry, just like Ryan Wingo, even Brandon Baker. None of them are huge worries. They're just the most questionable players on the offensive side of the ball. What about the defensive side of the ball, Matt? Where are you looking for probably your most questionable player, or the player with the most questions around them on the defensive side of the ball?
I'm kind of going to have two here also. It's hard to kind of narrow it down, and it also kind of depends on how they end up figuring out the star position. So in the event that they put Jelani McDonald or Michael Taft as the full-time star position, which I think is probably the more likely scenario than Grayson Littleton. I do think Grayson Littleton's going to play there, don't get me wrong. But I think that Jelani McDonald or Michael Taft is probably the favorite to assume that role this season. Derek Williams. How does he return from injury? Can he be the middle of the field safety if Michael Taft isn't the one back there, or if Jelani McDonald isn't back there? Can he play the other safety role and really make a difference in this team and kind of return to the form that he had in 2023, where he gave up some plays, but he was also a pretty decent playmaker as a true freshman back there. So can he return to that form and be a full-time starter on this defense? I'm not so sure. Like, I think he can. Like, don't get me wrong. I think he can. It's just how quickly can he progress to that point and give you another, very reliable defensive back there in the secondary. And then as many questions as I have about the defensive tackle position, I think my other one's in the secondary as well. It's how Jalen Gilbo responds to being an outside corner for the first time in his career. He's played in the nickel slot or at the star position for most of his career. So how is he going to make that transition? I know he's very fast guy. He has the athletic ability to be out there and stay with receivers, but he hasn't done it in a long time. He's been inside. So how does he adjust to that and kind of assume the Jahdae Barron role on the other side of the field from Malik Muhammad? Is it as much of a lockdown position as Jahdae was, where he's constantly knocking the ball out and you don't want to throw the ball his way, or does he become a little bit more of a, is it an easier choice to go at him than it is at Manny Muhammad? I think that we're probably gonna see, more positives than negatives out of Jalen Gilbo, but it remains to be seen how good he can be at that spot, or if he's going to be a plus, or if he's going to be a minus, or just kind of a wash. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And I mean, it makes sense because 2 years ago, this secondary wasn't where it was. This secondary was kind of the problem of the defense 2 years ago. And then Jahdae Barron took a huge step forward. Michael Taft took a huge step forward, and it really changed what this defense did. Now you lose a lot of coaches in that secondary. You add a legendary coach in Dwayne Akina, but, there's changes. So you're changing up a little bit of the philosophy back there. You've now lost Jahdae Barron. You lose Andrew Makuba. They're both in the NFL now. You keep Michael Taft, which is huge. Malik Muhammad has been really good at the outside. Does he take a step forward? But I think you're right. It is Jalen Gilbo ready to take that step and be, I'm an elite player playing on an elite defense, or is he the target? And now you're trying to throw Kobe Black out there, and you're trying to, piece it together a little bit more to figure it out. I'm with you on that one. And the Derek Williams is a really good shout as well, because for me, it's not just can he get back to where he was. It's did he take the time during injury, watching film, And, I think he probably did all that. Can that translate so he's even more aware of what's happening? So he can be back there as a safety and being able to play the position at a really high level and, diagnosing where he needs to be on the field, not getting tricked by a quarterback's eyes, not getting tricked by what they're showing versus what they're doing, being in the right space at the right time. That year of basically going, it's all mental for a season because of the injury. You're not allowed to put on the pads. You're not able to get out there. You're doing rehab, but so much of that is watching game film. So much of that is studying different philosophies and really trying to figure out where you're at. Can that translate in the moment where where it is second nature? And that takes a little bit of time. That's what you need to do in camp. But I agree with you. Does he step up into that to where you look at Derek Williams and go, oh, okay, Derek Williams, could go pro after this season, and then he can stay another year. But like he's now at that tight, that really good safety position. I think I'm with you on that one, because if he's just, again, kind of the freshman, then you are going to maybe rotate some other guys in and out of there a little bit more than you want to, because you're going to say, look, he's good. We know he's a really good player, but are we going to find that next star? Is Jonah Williams somebody who just mentally maybe reacts quicker? Is he just, that elite type of personality that can react super quickly? So he gets that one extra step that's knocking a ball loose or getting an interception. Is Xavier Filsaime that guy? Is there somebody else in that? Do we have to, switch up what we're doing at the star position and use Jelani McDonald back in there and, push somebody else kind of back in that safety position that we didn't want to, because Derek wasn't quite where he needed to be, and we have to use that a little bit more. I'm with you. I think Derek Williams is going to have a great season, but those questions do abound at some point. It puts you in a place. Is Derek Williams a third-year player, even though he missed basically a season? You're now a third-year player. Are you playing like a third-year player, or are you playing like a second-year player? And I want to see that difference.
Yeah, and I'll throw one more at you too, Patrick, since we're talking about injuries. CJ Baxter, I think, is one that is very, very interesting to watch, because obviously Trey Wisner is Trey Wisner, and if he's gotten better than he was last year, then God help the SEC. But how does CJ Baxter respond from his injury? Is his confidence in his knee there by the time week one rolls around? Can he be he's listed at 6'1", I think, 230 pounds. Can he be the hammer in the middle that this offense has desperately needed over the last couple of years, especially at the goal line? Can he return to the explosive, breakaway back that he was as a freshman, and really be the missing piece that this offense has needed in the running game? It's going to be a little bit of a process as camp continues. I don't know that we're going to get that answer by scrimmage 1 or even scrimmage 2, but I think we need to have that answer by about 7 minutes left in the second quarter of the Ohio State game. You know what I mean? Like he needs to be a big part of this offense.
Well, yeah, and I mean that kind of goes with it too for you. Is like, can he stay on the field?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be fighting for playing time with Trey Wisner. We already know that, but I get it was his freshman season and he just didn't have the body for it yet. But he got banged up and limped off the field a lot his freshman season. We all talked about it going into the sophomore season. Like he needs to kind of bulk up and get a little bit more game ready. And then the unfortunate accident, the unfortunate injury, puts him where he is now. A year behind, kind of a little bit, but he also. That's not necessarily the same thing as getting banged up and not being able to stay on the field. That's a completely separate injury kind of thing. But is he able to play? Does he play 16 games, 14 games, 12? How many series does Trey Wisner come in? And it's like, well, Trey's the dude. Like, what? I don't know why you expect us to keep going back to you. And so that, to me, I think CJ Baxter has all the gifts to be that guy. I think they're going to try everything in their power to get him on the field because of what he can do. But yeah, I agree with you. Is he the same guy? And so I'm excited to see it. I'm very excited to see it as we get going and as we get a little bit further into the season. Hey there, Lance. Appreciate you tuning in. I'd say good luck to Oklahoma, but the rest of the season, I don't mind it. And you can win all the other games, just not the one against us.
I'll say this, Patrick. I think college football is at its best when Texas and Oklahoma are both top 10 teams.
I agree.
So I hope Oklahoma does well.
I agree with that. I agree that completely. I also hope they do just good enough that Brent Venables doesn't get fired. I think, that'd be. No, I'm just playing there. Brent Venables is a really good coach. It's just,
he's a really good guy.
Yeah, he's a good. He does.
Yeah.
I want to do this little one before we take our first break, Matt, too, because we talked a little bit about the coaches poll the other day coming out. I did want to kind of go through the coaches poll with you as well, and just decide and just pick out. And we'll go down, and I want to see how many of these people on this list right now, Matt, you believe and I believe will not be in the top 25 at the end of the season. Do we feel maybe are overranked? Maybe their schedule is just really hard. They're not going to be there. But, you talk about OU. This is the first time they're not even in the top 25. There's a very, very good chance they finish the season in the top 25. So if they finish the season in the top 25, some other people got to get knocked out of it. So let's go down and just see a couple of these names and see how many names we think maybe wouldn't be in the top 25. Texas, I think we're going to say that they're going to be in the top 25 at the end of the season.
I mean, I predicted them to win the national championship, so I sure hope they are.
Ohio State, we think will be in there. Penn State, I agree. There's still Georgia, Notre Dame, Clemson, Oregon, Alabama, LSU, Miami. Anybody so far you do not think will finish the season in the top 25 out of that top 10 in the coaches poll? I mean, a couple maybe at the end, Alabama, LSU, Miami. Anyone there, LSU, Miami? My hatred of LSU will not put me to take them out of the top 25, but
my dogs apparently sure have an opinion on this matter. I think that if you're looking at anybody in the top 10, my guess would probably be Miami. Just because I don't believe in Carson Beck. I don't believe in a lot of the things that they've been doing there over the last few years. Like, they've been good, but they've never really been top 10 good.
Yeah. But I still think they're top 25, right? Because I mean, it's ACC.
Maybe
It feels like they're not going to lose enough games to knock them completely out.
Well, okay, so Miami kind of feels, and I think that a lot of people will probably appreciate this this analogy. Miami kind of feels like the Texas A&M of the ACC in the sense that they always have these high expectations, and then they always end up finishing 8-4 or 7-5. And hair of the dog, hit it right on the head. Miami always poops the bed. Yeah, I think that's true, and I think that I'm going to pull up their schedule real quick. But I think they have a lot of roadblocks on here that could potentially get in the way of them, being in the top 25 by the end of the year. I mean, they've got they open the season with Notre Dame, which is probably a loss for them, I would imagine. They have Florida on September 20th. They have Florida State the weekend after that. They have Louisville after their bye week. They have SMU. They have Syracuse. Virginia Tech's not going to be an easy game. They avoid Clemson in the regular season, which is a positive for them. But that's potentially 5 losses. 4 or 5 losses in there that they could have. So I think it all kind of rides on Carson Beck. And I've learned over the last couple of years that you can't really trust Carson Beck when the bullets are flying. And that's probably my top 10 pick. I think my dark horse top 10 pick.
But we're saying we expect Miami to be more of a tropical storm this year. Not a full hurricane. Tropical storm. Okay, gotcha.
Maybe a light breeze.
Yeah. You just walk outside and there's like one tree branch down, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, something like that. And then I think my other one, and this is 99% this doesn't happen. So I hope nobody clips this and nukes me on Twitter out of context. But I think maybe Ohio State.
Oh, you think Ohio State?
And here's why. They're a super young team. Their quarterback has played, I think, 12 college snaps. They have 2 new coordinators, one of which both of us do not have any faith in, in Matt Patricia.
That's true.
And I like 99% they're going to finish in the top 25. But I think that if there is one team in the top 10 that, or one team in the top 5 that has the potential to have like a crater of a season, I think it has to be Ohio State, because I think Texas is probably the best roster in college football. I think Penn State is the best team in the Big Ten. Georgia is Georgia. Notre Dame plays a Notre Dame schedule. And I'll include Clemson in there. I think they have the second best roster in the country. So I would say either maybe you could say the same thing about Oregon, but I think Oregon is in a better position to succeed than Ohio State when it comes to that kind of a thing. Because I believe in Dante Moore more than I believe in Julian Sand. And they don't have the coordinator thing.
Just looking at Ohio State's schedule, though, to lose more than 4 games will be really difficult for this team.
Oh, I'm sure it will be.
Like so you say a loss to Texas, they're going to beat Grambling in Ohio. So you say then a road loss to Washington. But they beat Minnesota. You'd have to lose to Illinois in there to get a third loss. And then you lose to Penn State and you lose to Michigan. So to get to 5 losses, I have to give them Illinois, because I don't think they lose to Wisconsin. I don't think they lose to Purdue, UCLA, or Rutgers. Maybe you go like if Illinois or UCLA or Nico's really good. But like to get that 5th loss is really, really hard. And I think a 4-loss Ohio State, because one of those is Texas, is still a top 25 team.
I absolutely am on the same page with you. I'm just saying 99.5% this doesn't, 99.9% this doesn't happen. I'm just saying if there is a team in the top 10 that will absolutely bottom out and crater, I think it could possibly be Ohio State.
Yeah, it's their schedule. It's not.
It's a Big Ten
they play
schedule,
Texas.
man.
Yeah, they play Texas, so I can't be mad at their non-conference. But still, good. There's just not many teams that just, even if your quarterback play is garbage, you're still going to win most of these games. But yeah, all right, we'll go down the list now, because now we get to some teams that are maybe a little bit easier to knock out. Arizona State, Big 12. It still feels like there's a decent chance that anything good happens in the Big 12. I like their coach. I think they have a veteran enough quarterback that they can stay in the top 25. I don't know if they stay in 11. I don't know if they win the Big 12. I am win the Big 12, but I don't know if they all of that can change. But I still think they're a top 25 team.
I agree. My question about Arizona State is: are they the same football team without Cam Scataboo?
Yeah,
they were 3-9 in 2023, and I get they got better in 2024. But Cam Scataboo was
a huge piece.
It feels like he was 70% of the reason why that team was successful.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you that's there. It's just if they were in the SEC or even the ACC or Big 10, I'd probably question it more.
I question it in the Big 12 because I think that there's teams in the Big 12 who have the potential to be better. Like four teams who could potentially win the Big 12. That's how wide open it is. So if it eats itself alive again, there's definitely a possibility that they could lose 4 or 5 games. I don't have their schedule in front of me, but I can pull it up real quick. But I feel like there's some roadblocks on there.
Yeah, Illinois, no roadblocks. Smooth sailing. Illinois is smooth sailing, just right down the road. It's highway. There's nothing in your path. I mean, it's like newly paved highway. How easy this schedule is for Illinois. So Illinois got an easy one. They can roll right through it. South Carolina and Michigan, I think, are kind of both in the same boat, that I don't think either one, Michigan may be a little bit more likely to fall off of it. South Carolina, the only reason is because it's South Carolina. It's like, oh, South Carolina, you have a tough schedule and you're South Carolina. So there's a half shot that you missed it anyway.
Okay, so Michigan was another pick of mine to finish outside of the top 25.
Yeah.
And I get that their schedule is not terrible, but the fact that they're starting a true freshman quarterback, the fact that they were not that great of a team last year, Texas absolutely dismantled them in Ann Arbor, and I get that they beat Ohio State, but they struggled through a lot of that season. I think they lose to Oklahoma. I think they lose to I honestly think they could lose to Nebraska. They could lose to USC. They could lose to Washington and maybe Ohio State. But if you start at 15 and you finish 8-4, I feel like that. Yeah, I feel like that there's a possibility that you finish just outside the top 25.
And it's like if Oklahoma's a 3-loss team, then maybe you get a little more pass on the non-conference that they won't get so mad at you and leave you in the top 25. Ole Miss definitely out, right? No, they're awful this year.
No, they're gonna finish in the top 25. I think they're gonna finish like 13 in the college football playoff rankings.
What about SMU?
I think they could. ACC. I think they could fall off. Yeah, it's like you never know. I feel like SMU is kind of like one of those unpredictable programs that, like, you know, one year they could be really good, one year they could take a major step back. I do think Rhett Latchley's doing a good job there, and they have a really good quarterback with Jennings, but I never have faith in SMU. They're kind of like a Baylor for me.
They a religious school that spends a lot of money.
Yeah, and they're always blowing it at the biggest moments.
What about Florida? Florida one is more interesting because the DJ Lagway like cannot stay on the field. And it just feels like every day you're like, oh, now he's got a hangnail. DJ Lagway got a bad haircut. He's going to miss 3 practices. It just feels like it's something every day with DJ Lagway. And he'll get back out and he'll look really, really good. But you're like, there's almost no chance he plays 12 games. Yeah. In my head, there's almost no chance he plays 12 games. So if we say 9 games of DJ Lagway, is that good enough for them to stay in? Or do they need 12 games? They need the whole schedule of him.
I think they're going to need the whole schedule with him because their schedule is extremely tough. They have LSU week 3. They have Miami that I talked about. They have Texas A&M, Georgia, Ole Miss, Tennessee, Florida State. The floor of this team is probably 6-6. Like if there's no, I really think that I don't think they're going to finish in the top 25.
It's just their schedule's so tough.
Yeah.
And I just can't have faith that Lagway is going to stay on the field. And also it's not like Billy Napier. I know they have a lot of talent, but it's not like Billy Napier all of a sudden is a great coach. I mean, there's just too many things where you're like, the potential is there. I get the hype train is rolling right now, but it does feel like just it's too tough of a schedule, and it's going to be real easy somewhere along there to kind of have it all fall apart. And you just go, well, DJ Lagway's missing 3 games. We're playing tough teams. They lose 4 straight games, and then season's over. They're out of top 25, and nothing matters anymore. Like, that just seems way, way too possible at some point in this season for Florida.
I also feel like it doesn't matter if DJ Lagway plays all 12 games.
I think it does because I think like we saw like I think they need something to believe in there. Like they have to have the guy.
Absolutely. I just mean in terms of them finishing in the top. Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying because their schedule is just so tough.
I gotcha.
Like I know that he's a really good quarterback, and I think that he is in terms of like physical tools, he might be the most talented quarterback in the country. But it's more than just him. Like there's the schedule, that whole roster. How does it? It's definitely a question mark.
All right, Tennessee loses their quarterback. They're still sitting there at 18 in the coaches poll, though. Josh Heupel's been good. The team is good around it. You have a lot of different places where you can go with Tennessee. It feels like they're probably still going to fit around. I mean, top 25 for an SEC team like Tennessee. I think like if they finish like 23rd, they feel like that's going to be low for them. That's not where they want to be. They want to be in that playoff picture. So if you're Tennessee, do you think this Tennessee team finishes in the top 25?
Well, in my college football 26 dynasty mode, I played Tennessee in the SEC championship. So I don't know what that means. But it's they're a big question mark for me as well because of the quarterback position. Like we don't know what we're going to get out of Joey Aguilar, and if he's not the answer, is Greg McIntyre or George McIntyre or Jake Merklinger or one of them going to be the guy that gets them over the hump? Nico did it last year, and I don't think he was that fantastic last year. So obviously this team has a lot of talent. I'll say this: I believe that they have a better chance of finishing in the top 25 than Florida does.
Yeah, and I mean their schedule too. It feels like if you spot them 3 losses, they're still a top 25 team. But Syracuse, East Tennessee State, they can win. You play Georgia, they play Alabama, they play Oklahoma. So if you say those 3 are losses, maybe the Florida game's a loss. But if we're just going to say between Oklahoma and Florida, we'll give them one of those, that's 3 losses. And the rest of their roster is UAB, Mississippi State, Arkansas, Kentucky, New Mexico State, and Vanderbilt. It's a very winnable schedule.
Yeah. And I feel like even if they finish 8-4, like if they lost Georgia, Alabama, Oklahoma, and Florida, they could still have the potential to be on the outside of the top 25.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it would be much more believable in the SEC and how college football works that they win either Oklahoma or Florida and then drop one other just random game throughout the season that they shouldn't drop because they weren't up for it. That would make that feels more along the lines of how college football works for the most part. Yeah, I mean, do we want to even go into Indiana? It's an easy schedule, but they're 19, pretty easy to fall out of if you're not there. Does Indiana finish in because they're still just like a 2-3 loss team because they're in the Big Ten and they're crap schedule?
I mean, I hope they finish 0-12, but I imagine they'll probably finish 8-4, 9-3, 10-2, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Like it's such a cupcake schedule. It's going to be impossible to keep them out of the top 25.
Kansas State there at 20. Kansas State is another one of those Big 12 teams. I like Avery Johnson. I like what they're doing there, but it's the Big 12. Anything can happen, right?
Yeah, I would be less shocked if they finished outside of the top 25 than them winning the Big 12, but I do think they're capable of winning the Big 12. It's kind of like the variation that I have on this team is just they could be anything. And if Avery Johnson for some reason misses a game or two because he's a running quarterback, so he's going to get hit a lot, that could completely change their season. So they're a strange one to me.
And Joe, I agree they'll miss Dylan Sampson, but they were prepared to lose Dylan Sampson. They have addressed it. They knew it was happening. The Nico one came way after, and that's just a way harder spot to fill late. That's why it's such a hard one. Is because if Nico would have left at the end of last season and they could have gone to the transfer portal and got somebody, then I think they would have not been in the same position as getting stuck without Nico way later when they're like roster's already set. You're going into spring and then you lose your quarterback. That's why it's a little bit more of a, at least for me, a little bit more. Yeah. But I agree with you. Dylan Sampson is a really good player. We'll talk about him when we get to our preseason preview of guys we're going to be watching, and that's one of the guys you keep an eye out for this weekend. Then how about 21? Texas A&M and Iowa State.
I think Texas A&M finishes in the top 25.
I do too.
I think Iowa State probably does as well.
BYU, I don't have finishing in the top 25.
No, I like you release or kick your quarterback off the team because he has a girlfriend.
Texas Tech, I have in the top 25, no problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're going to win the Big 12.
What about Boise State? Does any group of 5? I mean, they're probably the favorite group of 5 team to make it back again.
I don't think they're going to do it though. I think that it's going to be a situation kind of like last year, where they'll probably finish in the top 25, I would guess, but I think it's going to be a situation last year where it comes down to them and UNLV in their conference championship game. But I think UNLV is going to win it this time because they got Dan Mullen and he's got some weird voodoo magic up his sleeve.
They do play UNLV in the regular season as well. They also have the non-conference with Notre Dame in South Florida, are a couple of their bigger games that they have. So yeah, that's a team that easily could fall off. They don't have Ashton Janty anymore, who was just. But there was a lot of games they didn't even necessarily need Ashton Janty for, and he was just part of it. I think they're a good team. I think they could easily still finish in the top 25, but being a group of 5 teams starting such on the back end, if you say they get 2 or 3 losses, it's easy enough for them to not be in it. So I'm fine with that one too. So yeah, that puts us with 8 teams in the top 25 that we probably say won't be there. Maybe a couple more that are wild cards that could easily not be in there, but I won't necessarily just go, oh, yeah, you're not. It's about 8 to 10 teams that you go. We'll say just in general, 8 to 10 of these teams are probably not going to be in there at the Sin. You'll probably have a new 10 will probably most likely.
That's usually how it works in college football. So,
yeah, we'll get that. And we will get to some of the players about Samson and some of these others and Ash and Janty and when you can watch them play over the weekend and the preseason. Talk a little Cowboys, some good news from Cowboys camp about injuries, some good news from Texans camp about injuries. Get into all of that and get into some NFL talk in hour 2, where all the Longhorns are going to be over the weekend. If you want to try and watch any of that, we'll get into all of our NFL talk in hour 2. Matt's Bourbon Banter. It's written down. It's written down, Matt. Wrote it down. Yeah. Matt's Bourbon Banter. If I don't do it within the first 6 minutes of the next hour, Matt, just throw the bourbon at the camera. And we'll get it. Matt's Bourbon Banter is we'll get to that one as well in hour 2. And get through our meathead of the day. I've got some good meatheads for us ready for us here at the end of the show as well. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us here on a Friday afternoon here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, everyone. This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, rolling into hour 2. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And you guys, third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328 if you want to join the conversation on the text line, or you can join us on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and of course, YouTube. Make sure to give us a like and subscribe over there. Hair of the dog, don't worry, not Jerry Jones for the whole hour, not planned. I don't think he said anything crazily stupid in the last 24 hours, so it will not be the Jerry Jones hour necessarily. Maybe we'll get upset and start yelling about him, but no, I do not believe it'll be that today. And as always here on a Friday afternoon, we get into little NFL talk. We're also going to get into Matt's Bourbon Banter where every week Matt brings us a different bourbon that gives us a little class and a taste of what we should be getting a taste of some nice bourbon. Since he is now on the mend, he can get back to his bourbon without being nauseous and worried about it. No, he can enjoy his bourbon. So, Matt, what bourbon do you have for us this week on Matt's Bourbon Banter?
I went with Still Austin, the Musician. It's their kind of their standard, frontline bourbon that they put out. It's Patrick's got a great picture of it there for me because I'm not at my apartment right now, so I couldn't bring the bottle along with me. But yeah, it's straight out of Austin in the Still Austin distillery. It's aged for a couple of years, like every other bourbon. Mash bill is undisclosed. It MSRPs for about $45, so it's nice and affordable. Not going to break the bank for this one. It's a real smooth sipper as well. 98.4 proof, so it's not going to be too spicy for you either. It's going to be another one of those like kind of nice entry level bourbons. It's a little bit higher proof than a standard bourbon, which is usually around 90, but it's not over 100 where most of those spicy, more advanced bourbons are. The nose has a little bit of cinnamon with some citrus in it and a little brown sugar on the back end. The palate is also, kind of a sweet maple cinnamon type, caramel flavor in there. And then the finish is a little bit more intense. It's got some oak in there, which if you've been watching this segment so far, that's one of my favorite aspects of a bourbon is when it's got a little oak in there. And then it's got a little nice, kind of a medium length finish to it as well. I went on a huge diatribe about how awesome the Still Austin distillery is down there in Austin, and I advise everybody to go as soon as you possibly can. They've always got great food and live music and all these awesome drinks that like mixed drinks you can get with their various bourbons in there. They've always got as well some specialty bourbons that they release from time to time that are always delicious. But this one right here. Still Austin Musician is their tried and true. They're number one on the line that they push out. It's my second favorite, but this is the one that I believe is most popular out of that distillery. So go and get yourself a bottle. I give it, probably a 6.9 out of 10 on my scale, which is still very good. It's not, 6.9 is not bad. I reserve the 9s and the high 8s for the elite stuff, and But great everyday bourbon for your shelf that you can bring a little Texas home with you, a little Austin home with you, support a local distillery, and get yourself some pretty gosh darn good alcohol on your bar.
There you go, some Still Austin whiskey. I do appreciate Still. It is a good brewery. I've been out there several times. Always a good time out there. Getting some bourbon. Appreciate there from Matt's Bourbon Banter, giving us a little more class on the show, because we all know Patrick brings no class to the show. So we have to have Matt to bring us a little bit here on it. Let's get into it, Matt, on hour 2. That's our NFL hour normally. And we saw some preseason games last night. We saw some good news out of Cowboys camp that the Jaden Blue and Jake Ferguson injuries appear to be very minor. The Jaden Blue injury, I believe, is a bone bruise in his foot. So not even a sprained ankle, not going to be a long time out. They expect him to be back. I do not believe he'll be playing in the preseason game, though. They are going to hold him out for that. So they signed Malik Davis today to bring another back, just to have somebody else in the room for them for preseason. So they brought him back, but that's good to hear for the Cowboys that both of their players are back. And then on the Texans side, the CJ Gardner Johnson, CJ Gardner Johnson, the safety that Texas made the trade for. That was yesterday, was carted off the field. They said the prayer. They thought season ending for CJ Gardner Johnson. You heard Achilles, you heard ACL, and then reports were it was much like the Tyler Guyton that they do not believe that it is major. His ACL is intact. So they took all the precautions, but it feels like he will be back this season. Now they do expect it to still be a somewhat severe injury, so he's going to miss some time, but they think he will be back this season, which is a big help because another one of their safeties was arrested for the second time this offseason, and Jimmy Ward. So possibly good to have CJ Gardner Johnson be able to play some games for the Texans this year. I was glad to hear it's not a seasoning and ending injury.
Yeah, that's great news for CJ Gardner Johnson. Very, very happy, especially that it's not an Achilles. That can be very difficult to come back from, especially, it's one thing for a guy like Christian Clark at Texas to do it. He's still a young kid. He's still got his whole career in front of him. He can bounce back from something like that. When you've played a lot of time in the NFL and your body gets older and more seasoned, it's a lot harder to bounce back from those things. And they can be career threatening for sure. So it's great that he avoided that. Did they say what this specific injury was, Patrick?
I haven't seen. I looked a couple places, but I don't think they've revealed exactly what it is. I think they were going to do more testing on it after they basically did the MRI and were like, oh, it's not that, so it's something else. So they're doing other testing to find it, but it does not appear to be as major as originally thought. So I have not seen a timeline. I looked before the show and didn't see anything that gave us an actual timeline and actual what the full injury was. So maybe they're consulting probably multiple doctors at this point to get the correct diagnosis. They don't want to be the Cowboys and just guess. Don't take a shot.
Well, and speaking of the Cowboys, obviously great news on Jaden Blue. Still very mad at Sam Williams for a face mask in training camp practice. Like, what the hell are you doing? Stop being an idiot. This guy has the potential to be your starting running back at a certain point this year, so maybe don't rip him down violently by his face mask and cause an
injury. Certain point, as we also know, week 1.
Could be. And so great news on that. And then Jake Ferguson, just like a back contusion. He was back at practice today, going through full participant in practice, going through drills, going through the scrimmage and all that stuff. So good news on all fronts there. Kind of feel bad for Malik Davis because he's probably getting signed for a week and then he'll be back to the practice squad or whatever the case may be. If he's even on the practice squad when the season rolls around, he seems to be one of those guys that the Cowboys just sign when they need a body and they'll pay him a little bit of money and then like, all right, see you later. We don't actually think you're a good player. You just know what to do. So
yeah, I mean, you're a good enough player. You're better than a lot of players. Not good enough though. Not quite good enough. You're no Rico Dottle over here. So not going to be able to get in. But yeah, we saw that. So, but that was the good reports we got out. There were positive reviews of what happened. We did see some some NFL football last night as well. We saw the Ravens beat the Colts 24-16 in the first game of action last night. Anthony Richardson made it slightly into his second drive, was tackled and dislocated his finger. And so that was the end of the night for Anthony Richardson. So this big window in the QB controversy does not really happen. We don't get to see much of Anthony Richardson. We see Daniel Jones, which we have a much wider base of film on Daniel Jones already. But he plays most of the game. He's not bad. He's just not good either. He's just Daniel Jones. We saw A.D. Mitchell once again look really good, but the catches were not necessarily there. Because I mean, one of the plays I remember seeing was he got massively underthrown, and he had basically a step and a half on his defender, and Daniel Jones puts the ball real short, so then it's him coming back through the defender to try and make the catch. For A.D. Mitchell, he ends up with 2 catches on 6 targets. So they're trying to get the ball to him. They're trying to find him. We keep hearing good things about A.D. Mitchell. He's just on a team that doesn't really have a quarterback that can get it to him.
Yeah, I saw a tweet earlier today that made me laugh out loud. And maybe it was somebody in the chat. I don't know. It could have been because I follow a few of you. But it was a clip of that pass where A.D. Mitchell was severely underthrown.
Yeah.
And it just said, somebody please save A.D. Mitchell, oh my Lord, or something. Oh my Lord, like that. It's like it's gonna be rough for him, man. I feel for any receiver that's gonna be on this team, because they just can't figure it out at the quarterback position. I still don't understand their decision to bring in Daniel Jones. I don't understand their decision to draft Anthony Richardson in the first place. So it seems just kind of like a place where it's just going to be a graveyard for receivers. So hopefully, A.D. Mitchell can make the most out of it. I'm glad they're trying to get him the football. And I didn't watch when Riley Leonard came in. I was out at dinner, but maybe he looked okay. Maybe there's some promise there. I don't know.
He threw a pick. He was okay, but yeah, I mean, he's not any better than Daniel Jones is, and he's not ready to go yet. So I don't know if there's anybody. So it really is unfortunate that there's not much there. Tyler Warren, though. Tyler Warren looked legit. So I think that guy is probably the problem. Is a lot of Tyler Warren's passes. Now, if Daniel Jones is playing, Tyler Warren will be valuable. If Anthony Richardson is playing, Tyler Warren may lose a lot of value because we know Anthony Richardson cannot throw the ball short. And so that's where Tyler Warren loses some, because Tyler Warren's going to catch a lot of passes in that 5 to 15 yards. And so I think that's where Daniel Jones, man, Tyler Warren, first-round draft pick in fantasy. Anthony Richardson, 75th round pick. Can't throw that ball short. So it'll be interesting, but he looked really, really good in his first outing in that game. We also saw the Eagles and the Bengals suit up there. Eagles win 34-27 over the Bengals. Interestingly, the Bengals played their starters a lot in this game. They put a lot of their starters in because basically the thought was they're kind of the LSU with Brian Kelly of NFL, where they've just had really bad starts. They have had really slow starts to the season, and so their thought is, let's try and get our guys kind of a little bit more ready. We've always been where we know who our quarterback is. We know who our wide receivers are. We don't need to play them in preseason, so we're not. So they played them way more snaps than most guys are going to play their guys in preseason, trying to get them more amped up and ready for the regular season. It's an interesting place. I saw Shamar Stewart got a tackle for loss. I think Joseph Osai got a tackle as well in that game, but neither one played a huge amount of snaps. So we didn't see a ton out of either one of those. And I didn't notice Andrew Makuba stats. I have to look up some Andrew Makuba stats over there on the Eagles. I did see Kenyon Green went down, which is just that trade now is extremely cursed. The Kenyon Green's down, CJ Gardner Johnson's down. Everybody's hurt from that trade. No one's going to be the winner of that trade. Where we get it, I'll look up and see if I see any Andrew Makuba stats. I didn't get it. That game was not on TV, so I did not get to watch that one. As well as the other ones, but
man, that game, I don't know what the Bengals are like. I understand the idea of we want to be ready for the season.
Yeah,
there is. I don't care how ready you think you need to be. There is no reason that Joe Burrow needs to be dropping back to pass 10 times in a preseason game,
especially not Joe Burrow.
Right. He's
like
not
a guy
the person who's the problem.
No, but I'm saying like a guy who takes sacks, a guy who gets hit a ton because he doesn't care about getting hit. He doesn't just get the ball. He doesn't get rid of the ball that fast. So he will take hits. So that to me is like, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily go that route. I don't see any Andrew Makuba stats listed. So I don't know if he played or not in the game. I'm not sure if he did or not. But we will. But yeah, and then, I mean, you see Jamar Chase's line is nuts for a preseason game. Jamar Chase had 4 receptions for 77 yards and a touchdown.
How mad do you think Bengals fans would be if Joe Burrow dropped back and didn't even get hurt like seriously, but there was a scare that he was hurt seriously, like he tweaked an ankle or banged his knee on someone, he was down for a few minutes. The entire city of Cincinnati would go silent.
No, I know, but I think they're really looking at it and going, we cannot in this division start off like 1-4. We just can't. So we have to do whatever we can to be ready. I get, they were 9-8 last year, and if they win some of those games, they're right there with Baltimore, and it changes everything. They're in the playoffs. They're having a good old time, and anything can happen down the stretch. So I do think the first preseason game, it was a lot to play Joe Burrow. Because now you're 4 weeks away from really playing real football. I don't know if that's going to carry over as much. I get if you want to go game 3, we're going to play Joe Burrow a little bit more. And
that's
then
typically how you do
it. Well, because then they stopped doing it, but now they got the week off in between. So it depends. I don't know. But that one makes sense. We want to play a half of Joe Burrow in week 3. That I'm way more okay with. But doing it week 1 and then coming back, I guess they're going to do it week 2 and week 3 as well. Doesn't make sense to only do it week 1. So we'll see what they end up doing. It's an interesting play, though. See how it works out for them. God.
Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it pays off for him.
Go ahead.
The reason that I bring this up specifically when it comes to Joe Burrow is because I still have PTSD, and I know it worked out for them that season because Dak Prescott was amazing as a rookie. But I still have PTSD about Tony Romo getting injured in the preseason game against, I think it was against Seattle or something. He like broke a bone in his neck. He was out for like 10 weeks. And it's like, how are you going to put yourself in that position? I'll never be okay with it because I have the Tony Romo PTSD.
Shout out Hair of the Dog. Have a great weekend. Appreciate you tuning in. No, I'm with you on that. I'm with you. The first week of it, that's what I don't get is week one having him play that much. Didn't make sense. Raiders Seahawks tie at 23 apiece. Just real fun football early on. I didn't see Byron Murphy in this game. I wasn't paying massive attention. I'm watching the game, but I wasn't watching every snap to see if Byron Murphy was in. You're kind of waiting, just watching the game. And then afterwards, I was like, oh, I didn't see Byron Murphy. We did see Ashton Janty. It was not Ashton Janty's fault necessarily. If you've watched the clips of Ashton Janty's carries, he's getting touched 6 yards behind the line of scrimmage, which is hard to do. But he's getting touched 5-6 yards behind. You know, I think he got touched 3 or 4 times before he got hit, like tackled. He broke 3 tackles, and he still lost yardage. And so Ashton Janty comes out of the first game, 3 carries for -1 yards is what Ashton Janty ends up getting. It is not the start you want, but it is this Raiders O-line. It looked garbage in this first week of preseason. So that one for you, that one scared me a little bit. Of just being like, oh man, is it? I mean, I don't care how good you are. If they've got 3 or 4 guys, how much of that was the Seahawks defense swarming and getting in and really being able to read, especially in Aiden O'Connell, about reading this offense a little bit more and getting in? How much of it is that? How much of that is on Ashton Janty? But it was a little scary to see Ashton Janty. I mean, I'm not a Raiders fan, but it's still at the point you're like, you hate to see any rookie just look that bad. And it's not really their fault.
Yeah, you'd like to see him get 3 carries for 12 yards even.
Yeah.
But 3 carries for -1 yards for the number 5 pick in the NFL draft is crazy. They need to address that. I do think that the Raiders took a much better approach to their quarterback situation than the Bengals. Geno Smith threw 3 passes. You know? So... Yeah. But it is concerning about Ashton Janty. I think he'll be fine. I think that they'll figure that stuff out. But if they don't, they're going to be in some big trouble.
Yeah. I mean, that for culture and what you want to build and everything that Pete Carroll's talked about, it's like if the O-line's not there, it's not going to work. We also saw Colin Johnson in that game. 2 catches for 17 yards on 5 targets. I mean, that's Aiden O'Connell was in. He was getting rushed a lot. That offensive line, once again, wasn't protecting for him either. So there was a lot of passes that were not necessarily on point in that game last night. That was what we saw last night. Now getting into what we'll see this weekend. A couple storylines. If you guys want to watch some of these games, keep up with some of these games, the players for Texas who will be in them. Tonight, we get Lions at Falcons. Don't know if Bajan is going to get any snaps. Got to say it right. Don't know if Bajan is going to get any snaps. Tonight, I have not read. I looked it up before. I couldn't see if he's going to get any or not. But, you know, anytime it's a Falcons game, you want to watch that. We're also going to look for a year 2 of Michael Penix on this Falcons team. Where does he look? What are the odds that this Falcons team, what are the chances that they start to look better? Does Michael Penix look like a starting quarterback in the NFL? Does he look like a guy who doesn't need a ton of work in this preseason? Or is he a guy who's going to come in, you know, they're going to punt the ball 3 times and he's out? We're like, oh, that's not exactly what you want to see out of this offense. And I think also for the Falcons, you want to look at what the pass rushers are going to do. They took those 2 first-round pass rushers in James Pierce and Jalen Walker. What do those guys look like? Are they able to get a little pressure on the Lions? That's a big, because, I mean, they gave up a future first to get 2. That's a lot.
It is. I would expect that the both of those guys work out pretty well. I'm interested to see how much they play in preseason. I assume they'll get a pretty decent run, so we'll get a pretty good glimpse of them. I would expect. I don't think Bijan. There's no reason to play Bijan in this game. Like,
not really, but sometimes they can put him in for a couple snaps. Like they basically go
maybe
1 series just to get him a little bit of work. So it depends on the coach's philosophy.
if I were them, this goes totally against what I just said about Joe Burrow and Geno Smith, but Michael Penix needs to prove that he can play the position well.
100%.
So I would play him the entire first half and see what happens.
I mean, and let's remember, Kirk Cousins is Kirk Cousins playing the whole time? What happens when Kirk Cousins looks awesome?
Right.
Because if Michael Penix doesn't play and Kirk Cousins looks awesome, then everybody goes, why the hell are we playing Michael Penix again?
Yep. So that'll certainly be interesting to watch. I don't have too much on the other side that I'm too excited about seeing with
the Lions. It's once again, it's Ben Johnson. How does this offense kind of look? I know you're probably not even going to see Jared Goff much. You're not going to get a ton, but that is the narrative until it's not. The narrative in Detroit is, how does this offense work without Ben Johnson? Mm-hmm. Is he the architect and now there's no plan, or was it a cooperative thing and everything will be fine?
Yeah, I would imagine that it's going to look kind of different. But the good thing for them is they just brought in Tashard Choice and to pair with those two really talented running backs. So maybe the running game's pretty solid. I am very interested to see how the offense looks, though. Just not even necessarily how successful it is, but just the way that they're running the offense, the way that they're calling it, I think is going to be really interesting to watch, because it's either going to be wildly different or it's going to be somewhat similar. I'm not a Lions guy. I haven't been paying a bunch of attention to Lions news, so I don't know what the reports have been about the offense so far, but it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it comes down to play calling, and are you able to replace a guy who really knew what he was doing and constantly got you in big gap yardage plays and chunk yardage plays, or are you now kind of set back a little bit and a little bit more of a standard offense? I think that's your big question. But you won't tell a ton of that in preseason. There's just not a ton you can figure out. Then we look over at the Browns and Panthers. Joe, you're right. Dylan Sampson, Shedeur Sanders. It's Shedeur Sanders. They came out and said he's going to get like 50 snaps, I think, something like that. They're expecting him to play a lot of the game because of all the injuries. So you'll see a ton of Shedeur Sanders tonight. The Browns' entire running back room is interesting because Quinshawn Judkins is not there. So a guy they thought was really going to carry a lot of that load is not on that roster. So who becomes the Browns running back? Who is somebody that can go? Is Dylan Sampson the guy? Is there somebody that you feel is really good? I think those are the questions you kind of look at for the Browns. And then on the Panthers side of the ball, JT Sanders, man. JT Sanders. Tommy Trembles is on the PUP list right now. So we know he's not there. Is JT Sanders, starting to move up on that poll? How does he look going into this season for the Panthers? I think is interesting.
Yeah, I think they really want JT Sanders to win that job and kind of ascend into the starting tight end position. So it'll be a great opportunity for him to show how far he's come. I completely forgot that the Browns drafted Quinshawn Judkins and Dylan Sampson.
They drafted all the running backs and quarterbacks, remember?
Man, if Quinshawn Judkins could have just stayed out of trouble, that would have been a pretty exciting running back duo there in Cleveland. But yeah, I mean, the story of the night is going to be, how does Shedeur Sanders look in his first NFL game action? And the minute that he throws, a bad ball, he's going to get absolutely flamed on social media. And the minute that he throws, a 15-yard completion, he's going to get absolutely glazed on social media. And I think Mel Kiper is probably watching this game with a blanket around his shoulders and a bucket of ice cream, like, oh, good, there's my boy. This will be the most publicized preseason game of the week by far, and it's all because of Shedeur. And it's kind of ridiculous, but it is what it is.
Yeah, Tommy Tremble had back surgery this offseason, so he is right now unable to perform. He hasn't been with the team yet, or been able to practice with the team, so he is now behind schedule of where you'd be. So it opens the door for JT Sanders. So if he can basically walk through that door and close it behind him, then he's the guy going forward. I think the Panthers would love to see it. I know we would love to see it. So we want to go with that. But yeah, that Browns draft class, it felt like two people were drafting for the Browns, right? Like they were trading off picks. And so they're like, oh, well, we got a running back. Oh, I wanted a running back though too. So how about we both take a running back? Well, I got a quarterback. Well, I'll take a quarterback too. Why don't we do that? But yeah, they went because they went with Judkins in round 2. Then they ended up with Dylan Sampson in round 4, and then round 4 they get round 3 they get Dylan Gabriel. Round 5 they get Shedeur Sanders. So they take all of their. They also get Harold Fannin Jr., tight end out of Bowling Green. He's another interesting piece for the Browns.
That's going to be a good pick.
We'll see Mason Graham as well for them playing on the defensive line. But yeah, Shedeur Sanders is the main piece of that game overall. It's going to be your Twitter feed will just be Shedeur Sanders, no matter what happens tonight. That's whether it's good or bad. Also tonight we get Commanders at the Patriots. Not a lot in this game to watch. I don't neither. Like the Commanders, we kind of know what they are. A lot of the new pieces aren't going to play. Like Laramie Tunsil, who knows if he plays, how much. We're not going to be able to tell a ton from that. I'm curious if we see Deebo Samuel. That I just like to see him a little bit. How does he look? Because you know what I mean.
Look.
How is he run? How is he running? How is he? What's the speed level? What's the elusiveness level there? And then year 2, Drake May. Just is Drake May looking more and more like a NFL quarterback, or is it he's just Drake May again? I think that's really what the main point's all to say.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think there's about a 0%, less than 0% chance that Laramie Tunsil plays. He seems, well, he doesn't seem. It's kind of obvious that he's the guy that they walk in. They're like, all right, Laramie, we're going to play you for and they don't even finish their statement. He's like, hell no, I'm not playing the preseason game.
Oh, I got my left calf is a little twitchy. Can't play.
Yeah. You never know what's going to happen. I don't need it though. I don't need to go in there. So 0% chance he plays. 0% chance Jaden Daniels plays probably as well.
I can see Jaden series. He's a second-year player.
Yeah, maybe.
Too.
But Drake May definitely needs the reps for sure.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
So I would expect him to play, maybe not as much as Michael Penix, but I expect him to play a fair amount in this game. That'll be interesting to watch. And Trevion Henderson as well for New England is going to be fun to watch, I think.
Yeah. Let's go over to Saturday then and get to some of our hometown games. Cowboys at the Rams on Saturday. This one, there's plenty to look at for the Cowboys in this game. It's the defense. Every single position on the defense, kind of looking at, where's the linebackers? What the D-line is doing? How is there a pass rush without Micah Parsons? How does that look? In your secondary, who's standing out? Is Kyer Elam still a dude in the secondary? How's your safeties looking? How's everybody playing in this defense? I think all of that is a question that you just are kind of looking at because last year was so bad. What is Eberflus getting done? And without Micah Parsons being there, without Trayvon Diggs with his injury, how is everything being put together?
Yeah. The more that I've gone through this training camp, the more my expectations for the Cowboys continue to drop. I heard that they just got absolutely shredded by the Rams in that joint practice. So on the defensive side, so that is a major cause for concern. They have a lot of injuries too, which is a big deal. I really wanted to see Jaden Blue in game action. It's a shame that we're not going to be able to. I don't know if how much Javonte Williams is going to play. I'm kind of interested to see what Miles Sanders looks like on the offensive side, but the defense is really where it's like I don't even know what to expect out of them anymore. Like especially without Micah Parsons in there, it's a complete question mark.
But a couple other pieces. You want to see what Nate Thomas looks like at that left tackle spot. Is he relatively handling his business? Or is that just the Cowboys being the Cowboys and be like, screw it? And then, look, let's see what Joe Milton looks like in a game.
Yeah.
Odds are, again, he's going to play at least one game for the Cowboys this season. So if we look at it that way, let's see what Joe Milton looks like. And then on the other side of the ball, plenty of Longhorns to look at on the Rams roster. Jay Witt, of course, see if he gets some good reps here for Jay Witt. Also, Poona Ford and Bill Norton on this Rams team. So I don't know. I mean, maybe we'll see if Bill Norton can make a roster.
I think he can, man. I was saying this before the NFL draft. I think that this guy is just a giant immovable object. And I think that that's going to be something that the Rams see. And, maybe he's not an every down player or something like that, but he's a guy you put in there on 4th and 1 or 3rd and short or in goal line situations. You're just like, all right, go out there and don't let them move you. And he's like, all right, I got it. And he just goes out there and he stands his ground and he stops up the hole. So I think he's got a shot. I think Jaywitt's could probably play a lot tonight. Tomorrow night. I mean, so like that'll be a lot of fun to watch because I think that he's kind of right on the precipice of earning a serious role on this offense.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. I think he'll play plenty. Looking at the Texans and the Vikings. The Texans and the Vikings, we see, what's more than offensive line play for the Texans? Is there anything more than the offensive line play that we're watching? There's other stuff we're going to be watching, but that offensive line play. Just like, are you a revolving door like you were last year? Or at least are you guys out there and trying to put some up? I don't know how much they're going to play with their starters, how much the backups are going to come in, how much, is Ursary going to get more than Cam on the other side because he's a veteran. You don't need to play him as much. I'm not sure what they're going to do yet. We haven't got all those reports yet, but it's that offensive line. That's what you're looking at.
Yeah, 100%. How does Ursary look? I think they need to play Cam Robinson.
I think they do too, but it's just you never know because they also don't want to hurt guys.
Yeah, but like it's such a question mark. I just feel like you have to see what you got and risk it.
Well, the question is, if CJ Stroud plays like 3 series, do you take him out after CJ Stroud and go, "Hey, Davis Mills, be careful"?
Yeah, probably. And then also another thing I'm looking at is the running backs. Like I know that Joe Mixon's not going to play. Is Nick Chubb going to be available?
I assume Nick Chubb's available. I think Dameon Pierce is still hurt, but I think Nick Chubb is playing.
Okay, how does Nick Chubb look? How does Woody Marks look? And then the rookie receivers too. I want to see what they look like on an NFL field too. So
I also want to see what they're doing in the safety room with CJ Gardner Johnson going down. How does that safety room look a little bit? I'm not too worried about this defense, but you just, what do you have out there? One of your guys in jail. One of your guys is injured. What do you? And then on the Vikings, we're looking at JJ McCarthy. We want to see if Matt's hate is real. They're playing a really good defense too. Can they get like 6 picks on him in this first 6 series?
Who are they playing again?
The Vikings, Texans and Vikings.
Oh, it's Texans Vikings. Sorry.
Yeah.
I predict that JJ McCarthy will throw 7 interceptions.
They just leave him out there. Just destroy him in one game.
I've heard that he's been very middle of the road to unremarkable in training camp.
Yeah.
So I agree, Joe. They should have kept Sam Darnold. But he'll play a lot, and we'll get to see whether or not he's actually worthy of being considered a quarterback in the NFL. I still think that even if he does well tonight and throughout the preseason, I still think that it's going to be a lot different when the bullets are flying in the regular season and he's going to end up being a bust. But I will be watching that one pretty closely and maybe even clipping every time that he makes a bad decision so that I can put it on air. We'll see.
Also, Silas Bolden on the Vikings right now. So keep an eye out for Silas Bolden. See if he gets a return, if he's in the kickoff, if they use him in the wide receiver game. But keep an eye out for Silas Bolden as well. For the Vikings.
Bold prediction, Patrick.
What's that?
Silas Bolden makes a massive play on special teams in this game.
I hope so. That'd be awesome. I don't want it against my Texans, but I'm all for Silas Bolden getting some love. How about the Giants and the Bills? That one's going to be on NFL Network as well. We're watching for Jackson Dart. That's the big one. And then I'm going to say the wide receivers on both teams. Both teams have wide receivers. We know Malik Neighbors is good. Other than Malik Neighbors, kind of a crapshoot with a lot of these wide receivers. I like some of the guys. Like I like Keon Coleman, but he wasn't great last season.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, outside of the Jackson Dart thing, which is obviously going to be the story of the game for sure. How does he look on an NFL field? Is he going to make a bunch of mistakes? Is he ready? What all those different kinds of things. But I'm really interested to see how they do the running back thing. Yeah. I know that we listed Tyrone Tracy as a top 25 running back in our running back rankings. But how much is Cam Scataboo going to push him? Like, what does he look like on an NFL field?
I agree with you.
I thought that, and I'm going to be completely honest, I didn't watch a ton of Cam Scataboo last year leading up to the college football playoff. I just saw highlights, which I don't put any stock in. I thought he was a little bit overrated for most of the season. And it was like, oh, once he faces a real defense, so they'll kind of lock him down. And at the beginning of the Texas game, they kind of did lock him down. But then he just kind of kept going. And he kept going. And then eventually he took the game over and almost single-handedly beat Texas. So that kid's got a lot in the tank. And if he can do that against Texas, I feel like he can have success in the NFL. So how safe is Tyrone Tracy's job? I want to see what Cam Scataboo can do against that defense.
Yep. Steelers at Jaguars. Also, it's Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Beginning and end of this game. It's Travis Hunter. There's nothing.
Aaron Rodgers going to play?
Who the hell cares? But I can't imagine he does. I cannot imagine he does. So it's Travis Hunter. It's just Travis Hunter. What does he do? I mean, how many snaps do they put him in a preseason game on offense and defense? I know he wants to play every single snap offense and defense, but we'll see that. But that's really all we see on that one.
Well, hold on. Let me talk about Evan Ingram for a minute.
Your favorite Jaguar?
My favorite Jaguar.
Titans and Buccaneers. It's Cam Ward's first game. We do have a lot of Longhorns in this game as well. But Cam Ward is basically a big piece of this one. We will see David Benda, Gunnar Helm, and Tavondre Sweat are all on this Titans team. So if Gunnar gets in, where does Gunnar fit in there? Does Gunnar get any snaps with Cam Ward? See if they're able to build anything. And then I'm also a little bit on the other side for the Buccaneers. I'm looking at Ibuka. Is he able to kind of show out a little bit and maybe get, a little bit more love on a team that has Mike Evans and Chris Godwin on it? Like, where does Ibuka fit in? Because they drafted another wide receiver. You're like, dude, y'all already stacked at wide receiver. So that one I'm curious about. Jake Majors on the Buccaneers as well.
Yeah. So I heard that Gunnar Helm is becoming kind of a favorite target of Cam Ward kind of early on in training camp so far. So that bodes well. I want to see if that's actually the case when I watch the game, because you never know what you can believe on the old Twitterverse. But yeah, I mean, I'll be primarily watching the most of the Longhorns players. Cam Ward is interesting to me. The more and more I listen to Cam Ward talk, the more and more I believe he's going to be successful. It just seems like he has the right mentality to play the position of quarterback in the NFL. So I'm excited to see what he does. And yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of Longhorns in this game, and the Ibuka thing is interesting. I'm more excited, obviously, about Jake Majors because I want to see him prove that he can make an NFL roster, because I really think he can. And I know Ibuka is going to be good and all that stuff. So,
oh, yeah. We'll go through the rest of these pretty quick because we're running out of time here. Jets at Packers. This is on NFL Network. It's Justin Fields on the Jets. And then we look over on the Packers. Matthew Golden is a big one. Barry Sorrell also on that Packers team. But Matthew Golden is a big piece we're watching this game.
Yeah, he's been looking real good in camp. Just like an absolute, menace running his route. So I'm excited to see what he does in a live game.
Chiefs at Cardinals. Xavier Worthy in year 2. I don't know if he's playing or not because he was in concussion protocol earlier. I assume he's out of that by now. But Xavier Worthy, how he looks in year 2. Then you also get on the Cardinals, Hayden Connor and Christian Jones are on that team. And I'm also kind of curious to see what Marvin Harrison Jr. looks like in year 2 as well on this Cardinals team.
Yeah, and Will Johnson as well for the Cardinals. Yep. I hope that he plays a lot, and I hope that he plays well. But yeah, Marvin Harrison will be an interesting one for sure.
Broncos 49ers, interesting one. Jahdae Barron's debut. We also get the Sam Ehlinger Broncos debut. Sam Ehlinger could play some minutes, play some snaps here for the Broncos in this game as well. Alfred Collins is over on the 49ers on that defense. And I'll be watching the 49ers defensive end line because I'm curious how that pass rush starts to look as the 49ers keep trying to rebuild that. That's a big piece of what they like to do and what Shanahan likes to have on his team. It wasn't fully there last season at all times. So what does that look like early on? Alfred Collins, is he part of that, or is he just kind of playing in the run game?
Yeah, I think he will be part of it. I think that he's going to make his way up on that depth chart quicker and quicker. I think there's 5 Longhorns on the Broncos now, isn't there?
There's a bunch. There's a bunch.
So that'll be a good one to watch. I'm excited to see Jade most of all, though. That should be a good show for him.
I think they have both Deshaun's. I think they have Deshaun Elliott and Deshaun Jameson on their team. So they've got quite a few over there. On Sunday, Dolphins at Bears. Quinn Ewers, see what he looks like out there for the Dolphins. We also get to see Caleb Williams in the offense with Ben Johnson for the Bears. And Roschon Johnson has been listed as the number two back on the Bears website now. So Roschon Johnson moving up. We keep hearing really good things from the coaching staff from the Bears about Roschon Johnson. I know he got banged up a little bit, but I believe he's going to be playing, and a lot of people looking at what Roschon Johnson does. So Quinn Ewers and Roschon Johnson, big pieces to watch in that game.
It's amazing how as soon as we start talking about the NFL, all of the bot
AI
accounts can fix it. It's crazy. I hope that Quinn throws like 30 to 35 passes in this game. And I hope he throws for like 350 yards and 4 touchdowns. I hope he has a really, really good game so that he's like, they're just pushing that narrative a little bit more that he should be the backup over Zach Wilson. I'm not necessarily, certain that should be the case or not. I'm really impressed with what Quinn has done so far. So I'm excited to see him. And how funny would it be if he just like came out and put on a show and Caleb Williams throws like 3 picks because he couldn't hit a net in practice the other day. So who knows what he's going to do?
Oh, I know that video is so bad. You're like, is there another reason? I need context on this. Then we look at Saints at Chargers is your final game of the weekend. We're looking at the Saints quarterbacks. That's a big piece of it. Kelvin Banks over there, Vernon Broughton over there, Jalen Ford, all on this Saints team. So kind of watching all of them. Want to see if Jalen Ford, because we know how good he was at Texas, can he kind of climb up that depth chart a little bit more? See that. The Chargers, what they do at the tackle spot. I know they said they're moving, I think, their right tackle over to left tackle. So they're trying to figure out that after their season-ending injury. Amari Hampton, another fun one to watch for the Chargers. And then finally, I want to see Quentin Johnson and Trey Harris. I think Trey Harris can take Quentin Johnson's job because Quentin Johnson has not been great.
Yeah, and Trey Harris is a big-bodied guy with a lot of speed. So I appreciate you shouting out my rebel there. But that's going to be really interesting. They'll probably be on the field a lot together because if they run a lot of 3 wide receiver sets, they'll be on the field a lot together. But my hope is that it's going to be like Ladd McConkey and Trey Johnson. And I know they just signed Keenan Allen. I don't know how much he's going to play though.
No, but yeah, when Mike Williams went down, they could pick up Keenan Allen. They go, all right, we'll bring you back in. So that is what you can look at for some coverage of the NFL over the weekend for preseason. We've got to take a quick break. When we come back, we are going to hit our meathead of the day. I've got a few. We'll see how many we can get to before we wrap it up here on a Friday afternoon here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The Lager, the Kolsch, those are their 2 flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey, Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
All right, back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Friday afternoon, time to get some meatheads of the day. Matt, are you ready for some meatheads to wrap up our week?
Absolutely.
All right, let's start off with one that is somewhat maybe trigger warning for some people, but this one blew my mind that Pat Bev today did not know something about Karl Malone. And his reaction made me laugh.
About when Karl Malone gets included on teams like this.
I like it. I mean, I think he's top 20 greatest players to play.
You think Karl Malone is? But what about his off the court stuff? You know, does that factor in at all?
I really don't know a lot of off the court stuff about Karl Malone.
He got a 13-year-old pregnant. Timeout? You need a timeout? A 30-second?
No, fool.
Full?
I need a fucking full timeout. You wait a second. I have a question.
Talk to me.
When you said 13-year-old pregnant, was he 16?
I think it was a grown-up. Let's check. He was 20 and he got a 13-year-old pregnant. That doesn't seem cool to me.
Wow. I didn't.
The kid did go on to go to the I think the NFL. Demetrius Bell was his name, but he
there is Pat Bev not knowing that Karl Malone was a real POS there. Karl Malone. I've known this for a while, and I did not know it when I was a kid and hated Karl Malone because he played on the Jazz and then he knocked out my favorite player, David Robinson. Didn't know it then, but you could tell he was a POS.
Yeah, that guy's a huge flaming POS, and I've always disliked him, and I knew about this stuff, but he's just a walking piece of garbage. I'm glad that it worked out for the kid, though. He was a star at LSU, went on to the NFL, so good for him, and he completely severed ties, like has nothing to do with Karl Malone, which I think is a good thing.
No, it's a good thing. But yeah, I just Pat Bev not knowing that. I'm like, how do people in the NBA not know this? Seems like you should tell me, like, hey, don't be like this guy. How about a more fun one here? This one is a really fun one. The mascot for the Seattle Kraken, whose name is Bowie, I believe, was shooting some stuff and was out in the Seattle area. It's a beautiful area out there, and this happened.
We were fishing. We had a pretty close call with a couple bears. Got a bear.
It's a bear.
Okay.
Hey Sam, we got a bear. We gotta move down.
Oh my God. Okay.
Bro.
I want to blame it on Bowie. They were pretty interested in his whole look, so we got out of it okay, but it was a close call. That last little sprint, I was worried briefly.
That is their mascot Bowie for the Seattle Kraken, who is out fly fishing, doing like a little video. I'm sure that they're going to show in there and being nice. And all of a sudden they're like, oh, a bear, we kind of got to move. And then the bear sees the mascot and is like, what is that? It looks delicious. And so he's kind of going by. Then he does the big bear growl, which if I'm in a mascot suit, it is now needs to go to the dry cleaner. And then the bear sprints, and they're in water. He is in a mascot outfit and waders in water that's like shin deep, so you can't run. You're just like walking away from a bear that is charging you. That is the craziest. And they're filming it. So you're like, I can't even take the mask off. Be like, holy crap, I'm about to die. But be the first guy who's ever been mauled by a bear in a mascot outfit. Oh, that video makes me laugh. No one got hurt, so it makes me laugh so much.
That situation is my actual nightmare. Bears terrify the hell out of me. I would not go into the mountains in that situation without like a large caliber weapon. Probably
I bet someone had one there. I bet someone had it.
I sure hope
like,
so.
Hey, let's not shoot a bear while we're filming. If we could avoid it, let's not do it. But I bet there was a guy like with it pointed at him as it was going. So,
oh God, I hope so. That's terrifying. Whoa.
And I'll give you one more, but we're running out of time. But I want to give you one more. It's real short. There was a guy, and he was. I gotta look at what his name is. Ed Romaine, the Suffolk County executive. Ed Romaine was talking about the city's celebration for 250 years of the celebration for America that they're going to be doing, and maybe dropped a line. So I hope everybody has a weekend as good as this guy is describing what they're going to be doing.
It's going to be a gangbang like you have never seen. We're going to send off the rockets. We're going to enjoy our independence. Thank you.
I hope everybody has a gangbang like you've never seen this weekend. That seems like a really fun time. So wish all of you that this weekend. Gangbang like you've never seen. Celebrating this great country.
Wow. That's something, man. That's something.
Wish you all that. But we got to be out of here. I'm off Monday. Matt will be here Monday. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here on Monday for more from Open Gym.